Hello folks, thanks so much for the raid, everyone. I'm setting myself up over here and we'll be live in just 1 second. Just saving my screens, making everything pretty. Hello chat, how's it going? All good? Thank you everyone so much for the raid and for having me in your stream collabing on OCaml DB. I think it's gonna be so much fun to do that. You can hear the keyboard. That's awesome. Okay, happy that you can. Yeah, you can hear the keyboard because I was like typing things here and there and so on, setting everything up. All right, so today we're gonna just clean up some of the Sidewinder stuff we started yesterday, right? And we'll see where we take it from there. Hey Positron, hey Mohai, how's it going, folks? Good to see you here. Battery is found in me. We also hit our last goal, stream goal. We had a stream goal of 808 followers and we hit that 810. Super happy with that. These are just tiny numbers, but you know, they I guess they show some commitment to the the cause, right? Hey BitMusing, happy to have you in the chat. How are you doing? Hope you're gonna have some fun here. Do you ride OCaml already? And if not, what are you waiting for? And we set up a new goal, follower goal of 1337. Of course, the very elite amount of followers. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing today. We're gonna be just cleaning up some of the stuff that we had from yesterday. I put some of that in the trail package already. If you go to trail, you'll see Sidewinder stuff here. But I think it's gonna be a short stream, to be honest. I'm still a little busted from last night. We did a very long one. You haven't yet, but you want to. Amazing. If there's anything we can do to help you get started, just let us know. Oh, Privan gifting subs to the community. Oh, Mohai got some. Amazing. Thank you so much, Privan. Very generous of you. He has done it, man. Thanks. I appreciate that. Damn, this album slaps. Bum, 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 bum. And in case you missed it, yesterday we did this, and we started cleaning it up, so probably it's not in a working state right now. We have some things that we want to fix, like for example, the main application here is super tiny, right? It is just this module, so 73 lines, including some very poorly spaced code. And yeah, to be honest, some code that could be simplified a bunch. But mainly it's just this counter, right? Where you sort of define like, okay, this is the counter that I'll be running as a component. And I think I'm going to take that as a separate module actually. And we'll have a page here. So I'm going to just say index show here. That will be the index module. So I'm going to put that in a different file. Bazaar index mlx. Come crawling faster. Obey your master. Your life burns faster. Excellent. So that means we can show more clearly, right? Like, okay, you need this 20 lines, right, to make a module super small. Oh, crap. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Jesus. Skill issue much over here. Thank you, Boston. Oh no, we dropped the follower. It's okay. Just call my name 'cause I hear scream. Master. Thank you so much for sharing that, Chris. They say I love ML syntax and the Elm architecture. Tea. I'm more of a coffee person myself, but you know, tea's fine. Can't wait to try it. OCaml and Sidewinder. Love the work you've been doing. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Someone clicked the thumbs down button. It's like, ah. That's alright. I know my stream is not for everybody. We build a lot of crap here, right? And some people don't like that, and that's okay. Sure. And the main ML is kind of clean. I think we could make it even cleaner at some point, right? Like if Sidewinder had like think I like that. What do you think, chat? Just an itty bitty higher level, right? Than having to call socket and then mount it yourself, right? If Sidewinder has this like live endpoint, then you can just pass in the module and it does that a little bit for you. It is not much, to be honest. Hey Dylan, how's it going? Good to see you here, man. We are cleaning up some of the mess that we wrote yesterday. Faster! Obey your master, master, master puppets and pulling your strings. Nice. So that should do the trick. Dylan, I definitely think I could use your help here. Because I've got Sidewinder, right? Built as its own package now. Which means somewhere, I don't know where yet, right? The JS code lives. Right? So the application that needs it somehow needs to be able to serve it, right? So most likely we're not going to be using static, but we'll use Sidewinder. How do we do this, right? We need this application to be able to serve the Sidewinder runtime. I think Dune may have something like runtime dependencies, right? I remember doing something like this with OCaml Crunch in the past, which converts a file system into a module, and this is just fucking bananas. I love it. Beyond the next thing I need to do with all the stuff you talked about today is to document everything. I think that's a good idea. So the nice thing about OCaml Crunch is that we would be able to serve this from memory, right? So we would be able to do something like module, Sidewinder, runtime, right? Like that. And this runtime would be kind of like the static, right? It will just match in a specific path that you were searching for when you're searching for Sidewinder, right? And just serve that. The downside would be that it's in memory, so if you want to update Sidewinder, then you have to sort of grab the new version of the runtime and rebuild your app. You can just drop the new JavaScript file somewhere, right? But I guess we haven't really talked yet about what the deploy story would be for these things, right? Because usually in OCaml, people deploy a single binary, and that's it. On Erlang and Elixir and Gleam, when you do a distribution, right, you usually deploy kind of like a tarball, right? It has a lot of things. And one of those things is a private folder, priv. And that folder, the priv folder, right, which is not privance folder, includes things like the runtime. So if we look at Lustre, that's how they do it, right? Lustre, where are you? This priv folder will be included with anything that builds Lustre. Okay, so I think the first step would be to do something like this, then we can figure out how we package that. Wait, but we need to be able to use the output, right, of a Dune target as an input to something like OCaml Crunch. Let's see if what they have about runtime dependencies, right? Hey Neo, how's it going? Welcome to where time stands still, and no one will. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Rain Sanitarium. I never really understood what sanitarium means or what they intended to mean. Because when I first heard the song, I must have been like, I don't know, 12, something like that. And in Spanish, sanitario is literally like bathroom, right? Where I imagine that it is something like a hospital, a sanitarium, right? But yeah, it just made this song very funny growing up. So we have sites. I don't think this is what I want though. Or maybe it is. Cannot breathe the open air. That I'm insane. Oh, that's cool. Reaching out again. How to bundle resources. Excuse me, this guide will show you how to configure Dune to generate modules with string resources from all other files in your project. Are you fucking serious? Okay, cool. We should, instead of this stuff, I think we should have an include macro. Do I even do it? I'm not sure. Do I, Dune? This is taking way too long. Like, let's look at the stanza reference. I've got a Dune thingy. And I needed to... What do I have? I have an executable, right? No, a library. Where the hell's library? Dune. Library. Okay. Hey, Ants. How's it going? I have libraries. And... Damn, Dylan is interviewing all the time. That's cool. Good luck. Very not cool. You're exhausted. I hear you, man. It takes a lot of energy. Synopsis. Nobody says that. Okay, so what? Maybe we need to learn more about aliases, which is what we're using here, right? And I say, when I say back to that front. So I see that melangemite has that, and I wish melangemite was in the stanza reference. Okay, maybe we can use rule promotion here. Hey Ryan, how's it going? Stan Industry. Well, this is scary. I'm closing it immediately. Andrew Twitches 3. This sounds and looks cool, but it's very scary. We're not making Elixir obsolete, right? It's just an upgrade. It's like a new DLC comes out, right? And makes the game type safe. I don't honestly, as much I will, I don't know. I think the beam will live on. There are some known goals, right? We have that they do. When using the Action DSL, dependencies and targets are usually obvious. No, they're not usually obvious. Nothing is usually obvious. Explain everything. For instance, rule target A, depth A, action copy depth target. Whoa, Ryan modding! Nice. You got power hungry too? Honestly, I feel like there is room for Erlang and Elixir and Gleam, right? We will just have safer and faster programs. Let's make OCaml obsolete. I feel like most people write camel, not OCaml. I am afraid of the object system. The only place I use it is when I need open recursion. And even then, I go out of my way to never need open recursion. So I'm confused. I would love to understand this. I have a melange meat, right? That doesn't have a name, right? So I can't seem to be able to point at this, right? From a library that needs the output of that. Like the last thing I want to do is program my build system. Most of the time, I just want it to do the thing, right? Messiah. I feel like this Metallica sound just needs a grittier bass. The bass gets lost very easily in this Metallica sound. Yeah, I understand what you mean. A lot of metal music just uses bass as another guitar layer. In a lot of cases, I think it's true. There's too much kick drum, right, happening for the bass to just like really be aligned with that. Like you would do in many other genres, right? Where the bass is like following that kick drum and just like really bringing in like a presence, right, on every beat. But for example, take Iron Maiden, right? Steve Harris, you can hear the bass on every song in Maiden, right? It's a large part of the band. But I also forget. I don't know around when um, did Burton die? Metallica's Cliff Burton, right? Because I don't know if he was in Master of Puppets or if he was on Justice for All. I think it was after Injustice for All. And they go into the Metallica album, the Black Album here, with Jason Newsted. Okay, we're not finding our answers here, right? Which is kind of bothering me. Let's see. What are aliases and how we can make them work? Oh yeah, yeah. I was actually thinking that from Anastasia pulling teeth. We're gonna cue that. Opening random video from the internet from Neo. Yeah, and like the funny thing is that that video you link, it begins with anesthesia, right? The Trooper is such a good song. Yeah, but here's the thing: a lot of those bands actually end up mixing, right? And they find the instrument sort of frequency range, right, with the peaks and sort of the plateau that makes for most of the sound of the instrument um, around the bass, right? Like I know Rush has a very distinctive sound, and in that sound you have the bass is like front and center, right? Everything sort of around the bass. Iron Maiden has a very similar thing with the guitars are usually very meaty and very high mid and like high end, right, sounds. They're not very low at all, right? But this Metallica album, the guitars are super meaty and like low, like we would say like maybe round or bloated. I don't know how to translate these things from Spanish, right? But in Spanish we would say like redondas, right? Like round. And it's like low end mids. And you start fighting a little bit with the bass there. Obviously you can hear the bass in the songs, right? If you pay attention to it, you can. And if I crank the volume up, I'll be able to hear like people scratching their fingers against the fretboard in this thing. Like I'll hear the frequencies, right? But it is not intentionally putting the bass up there. Yeah, so I think you won a free subscription from somebody. Riot Games, I played LOL before. Cool. Sorry, folks, I couldn't join yesterday. I was just like, yeah, I was in it. What are you saying? What's cringe? We got a mod very close to you, sitting to your right. Just, I'll be careful with what you say, man. You play with Bad Cop and you won, damn. So it must be yeah. I must have been the problem, right? 100%. Hey man, I played with Sabine and we lost one. That was fine, right? And then we won one and we like fucking killed it on the second one. You won with Sabine as well. See, okay. I wasn't there. It must be me. I have the skill issue here for sure. I'm not sure I dig this alias thing. Adds dependencies to an alias or specifies an action to run to construct the alias, right? How'd it go, Dylan? Yeah, I hear you. A lot of money in that space. Don't know where the hell they get it from. All right, I think it's time we go into the OCaml Discord, right? And we just ask around. Hey, folks. We have dropped the question. So it doesn't look like we'll be able to do that with Dune directly, at least not from what I can see, right? We have this whole defining of sites, and we could maybe try to do that and define a site that depends on this, right? So we'll be able to create a module for that site, and we'll be able to get the locations of the site at runtime, right? Ooh, this is a good song. Thank you, Ryan, for cueing that. I don't think we'll be able to use this because we don't actually have that directory, right, in the sources. Maybe, just maybe, it could work. Fucking, this is why. It could work if we use the promote, right, until clean. So that should, I think, give us something here. JS, yeah, right? So that will give us all of the stuff we want in there, which is way more than we really care, right? So I am considering that maybe, just maybe, right? We will want to. Fam, this would be so much easier if we just wrote JavaScript. Like, so much easier. It frustrates me because I think we have the tools, right, to make this super fast and super straightforward, right? But for some reason, I don't understand, and I want to understand, right? Some of the decisions we're taking when we build things like distance and so on, right, they don't seem to be prioritizing that. I don't understand why the melange emit has to be a separate, right, stands on its own, right, and that is unnamed and cannot be used as a library somewhere else, right? And maybe there is a good reason, a good limitation. It's just not clear to me, right? And I read and I read and I read and I can't find anything that says, okay, this is why this is this way or that way. Okay, so melange emit is more like executable than library. I don't know. I feel like if I was building this, I would have made it so that you can make a library with melange mode, right? And that compiles down to JavaScript, right? Just for the project that you're, like the code that you have there, right? And if you need it to be an executable, then you would use something like executable, right? With the target being JS or melange, right? And that will actually do the bundling. Maybe there's a reason why it's not done that way. Maybe it's because it was easier to prototype separately, right? Right, but I want to emit the JS. Like I want to say the Sidewinder library, right, depends on melange library, right? Which means that JavaScript file. Yeah, but do you see what I mean? This is where the abstraction just breaks. It's like if I have to use a Dune rule and use melc to compile that, then this is broken, right? It may work, but from a DX standpoint, it's like, sure, you have to define your own build RS file and call Rust-C manually, right? We can back up, all right? Yeah, no worries. So to give you context, right? I have a library, Sidewinder, right? And this library defines a couple of things. One of those is a middleware, a trail middleware, right? That will load, right, the Sidewinder JavaScript runtime. That runtime needs to be on disk or in memory somewhere, right? If it's on disk, then I need to be able to pack that and ship that with the Sidewinder library. If it's a memory, then I need to be able to do something like OCaml crunch, right? To grab those files and turn them into an OCaml file that I can bundle into the library, right? Now, in any case, for both of those paths, I need to generate that JavaScript code, right? That comes from this melange emit stanza. Now, I don't have a clear way to say this Sidewinder library depends on, right, the melange emit stanza. I cannot say I want to use the runtime.js file, right? If I had, then I'll be able to build Sidewinder library, and then that would also build the melange stuff, right? And I will have that available, so I'll be able to do things with that, either find it on the same path that it is, right, when we install it, or bundle it up in an OCaml crunch module or stuff like that. Okay, so Andre saying that this can be done via Dune sites. Oh my god, what is this? ES build. Okay, we're actually doing bundling here. We have an emit. We have a rule for a target boot, and it depends on the output. HX runtime. Where does it come from? Somewhere. So you would think that alias works that way, but it does not. Alias is to attach yourself to an existing alias rather than to give yourself a name. And aliases cannot be used as library dependencies, right? But we can try that. Maybe I'm missing something here. Alias, let's say runtime, right? So depth is not a thing in library. And if I try to use that as a library itself, it just won't find the library. So I'm getting here a little recipe, right, by Andre. This is how they're doing it in Reactive OCaml. And they have a site module, right? And it's attached to the same package. And they have this file, hx runtime JS, which is generated by this rule, right? And this rule sort of, what does it do? It finds React browser runtime from lib, which I guess is defined up there. I don't see live. Okay, maybe lib somewhere else. And it runs esbuild over the boot file. Ooh, so the boot file outputs that runtime, or depends on that runtime, yeah. My God. What happened? Hey, Gabriel Lopez Santos. Obrigado pelo follow. Dune is brutal sometimes, yeah. What I need to still build up, right, is the mental model that Dune has for some of these things. Because some of it maps just very nicely to what I'm used to, right, in other build systems. Let's go there. Like, you have a library, right? Oh, this is very large. And this is really a node, right? In a build graph. Okay, this is going to be messy. And you have an executable, right? And you have a package, right? And you can grab many libraries, right? And just say, okay, library 1 depends on library 2, right? Library 2 depends on library 3, and god damn it, where the hell is it? Library 4, right? And then executable 1 is going to depend on library 1. And you sort of build that little dependency graph, right? And of course, you can have many, many libraries in all sorts of ways, but there will be no cycles, and that graph makes a lot of sense to me, right? Now, what I would have expected was that literally, absolutely anything that you can say you can build a stanza out of, for example, a rule, can be used as a dependency or of things or to things, right? So you would have a rule here, and that I'm going to add a rule over there. And my rule 1 is actually, let's call it like zip rule, right? It just zips stuff. This thing can depend on executable 1. I would have expected it to be able to do that, right? And in the same way, I would have expected the executable 1 to be able to depend on a bundle rule, right? Or bundle.js. And my bundle.js rule actually points at the JS library 1, for example, right? exec1, sorry. So I would have been able, this is the mental model I'm operating with, and clearly it's not working well. So I need to fix my understanding of Dune, right? Because melange emit, right, is like an executable there, right? It's something like that, what I would like to do. Plus minus, I don't really have an exec. But this is not really what's happening here, how it's working. For example, I would expect absolutely any stanza to have depths, right? And if you add anything here, which can be any other name target, and every target, right, has a name, then that's how you build a build graph. And some of the other attributes of a stanza may end up actually adding dependencies. Like in this case, libraries would end up saying, oh, we actually need the trail lib and certa lib and whatever, right? But I'll be able to say, oh, I actually need that, right? And that would be that. Because then when I try to build this thing, it says, oh, dependencies. I depend on that thing. Has this thing been built? No. Build it, right? And then it builds this thing, and then when I'm building this thing, then I have the outputs of this thing available to do this work. Which is exactly the same thing that happens with libraries, right? You say I need certi or trail, right? Then those will be built before that. I just feel like that's a much simpler model to work with, right? But then again, years of Bazel, years of building warp as well. Okay, but we do have something here that seems to be working. At least it works for Andre. I would also like to build the runtime here, the web runtime, in a way that it doesn't actually depend on anything, right? It just generates the one file and it has no other imports or anything like that. And I don't think right now that's the case. Oh yeah, it is the case. Never mind, I said nothing. Okay. Because then when I bundle that file, then it will just bundle this file. It will be super tiny. Okay, so rule target boot.js. What is boot.js? It's not here. Oh, dummy boot.js is the thing we generate, right? And it depends on that. And HX runtime, I guess, will be this thing, right? I think we can skip that step. To begin, we could dance of the dead, black and the sand. And we'll just go here, and we want to go into promote and clean. Or mode promote. I estimated I could do it in a minute. Everyone laughed. Oh, nice. See, Ryan, you are a real 3x5 15xer developer. Sounds like time to play with Riot. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the dependencies here are Planet dies. See ya. Feel action. What are you talking about? Oh, right. Sidewinder JS. So we're gonna remove that. Nice. Okay, so that tried to do something, right? We're gonna do the dumb thing here, and I'm just gonna do cat that right into the target. That didn't work. And I guess I need to do without file or some crap like that. All right, whatever. So we just need to install ESBuild. I think everybody's bad at it. Like if I think, can you even be good at estimating? Because when you assert that you are good at estimating, you're estimating your ability to estimate, right? So, yeah, whether you say, if you say you're terrible at estimating, right? Because you're being overly cautious, maybe you're good at estimating, actually. And if you say you're good at estimating, it's probably the other way around. Overly, yeah, I agree with you. Overly optimistic is fine. Like, I can do anything, right, in an afternoon. And then it turns out that I needed more or less. So, what's the bundler choice lately? Like, what should I use for bundling here? Should I use Bun? Does Bun even bundle? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like, is it right in the name? Bun, bundle. The thing I love to do the most is to say, like, I don't know how long this will take. Give me a day, for example, to prototype something, to explore. So what's the fastest one? And also one that maybe, just maybe, can be installed without Node or Bun. I don't know, like whatever. What's your preferred one? I literally need to grab one file and bundle it. Is it good? You've been using Vite in CMA. Do you think it's worth it here? I have like one MJS file and I just want to bundle it. Actually, I don't even need to bundle it. I just need to copy it. Because I expect it to not have any dependencies. Like, that runtime will not depend on any, like, it would have to just be a direct translation to JavaScript. Maybe I can just do copy. That's a good point. I don't know if it's going to be an issue. Like, this is 1.4K, and if we serve it over gzip, it's going to be nothing. And it has no dependencies. And by that I mean we're not using any of the OCaml standard library or any of the compile things. Yeah, cool. I got blessing. So really, all I wanted was that, I guess. Wait, but oh wait, this is just gonna copy that into the sources, right? Right, and that's where the install package comes into play. Perfect. Okay. Package Sidewinder. Pumped. I can't believe this. You pay. Gone. Surreal. Bada bing, bada bing. Can't believe the price. Go on, ban it. So I am missing how we do to create a sites module, right? Here, sites. Sites static. And the name is going to be runtime. Okay, maybe that doesn't work. One of the sections are unavailable. Defining a site, a section. We don't have that. Leave. Share, I guess. Okay. Cool. We have that, and it should get installed correctly, right? When we do OCaml install. You know, the last thing we want is to, oh my god, this is so many steps. We first promote, right? Or first emit. Then we call the rule, right? To copy. And then we install into the site. And then we'll turn that site into a library. And then we'll depend on that library in Sidewinder. Ah! Who needed this much configurability? I need to understand like the use case. I would love to understand the use case because I'm sure this is very useful for something. I just can't see it. Yeah, a caveman could do it. Exactly. It's like generate the size module, and this is now the crap that we want to do. So we'll do generated sites module, right? And the name will be Sidewinder web runtime, right? And I have no idea what facilities are. Source root. Okay, I need to do sites. Cool. So sites, which is going to be Sidewinder. And relocatable true. Field module missing. Oh, the module needs to be there. I'm sorry, I'm depending on you, and you're right here. Sidewinder.js. This is not a library? Do I need to do a separate library for this as well? Or just include Sidewinder.js here? freedom. All right, that did something. I don't know what it did, but you know, stuff. Feed Sidewinder, bundle runtime with library. So my guess is that now we should be able to actually provide that little module, right? And that's going to be a lot like the static. But it's smaller, really. We don't actually have any arguments. We don't need much of this. And I guess we need to read the thing. But the absolute path does not need to be that. It can be Sidewinder. Okay, so that means here we should be able to call Sidewinder.js, sites, static. Oh, seriously? You're gonna do that? Like, you know what the things are. Why don't you give me like a record or something? Can't remember anything. Okay, I have no idea what that path is, so we're just going to use it and see where it is. Static. Oh, please, God, wake me. And we need to make one change here, and that is that the requests, right, that we create in the default, right, will actually begin with Sidewinder web runtime. Sidewinder static. Okay. Moment of truth. Hola, Casimiro. Thanks for the follow. So we're trying to load that thing, but it's not doing the thing we think it should be doing, right? Oh, that's tiny. What's happening here? I want to see the requests. So that's that, and then we get this one, and we are trying to find that URL. So we should be able to just put that there, right, and make that work. So what's happening here? We want debug logs. So we have debug logs. Why are you not running? Absolute horror. I cannot die. Taking mine. All right, that's running. That's good. So I think this change will do the trick, right? Almost there. We blew up. That's good. No problem. So static call Sidewinder static line 208, right? 208. We were not able to read from that file, but we're saying serving file at, and we should be able to see where the file is. And that is the wrong file. That's just a folder, right? But we can now check what the hell is there, right? And that's the file. Yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense, right? So static will be that, and then absolute path is just going to be string extension, replace all, right? And we'll do Sidewinder static, right? With static in rel path. And this has some things like pattern, and then I think this is width. So we can try again. not quite. And that is because we should not replace the slash here, right? There you go. $21.12 again. So this should work. Yep. We get the file there at the beautiful, which means if we go back, then this should work. Oh, look at that. Yes. Woo. But this is not the end, right? This is just development. So now I would like to know, right? And we also need to clean up all of these Sidewinder logs, which are horrible. I will try to deploy this, right? Because that will be like the ultimate thing. And I think it's gonna blow up there, right? So let's go into Docker. And we're gonna do a few changes here. For starters, we need to also pin Sidewinder on the same repo. And we're actually only gonna install Bazaar Live. And we'll do fly deploy. Local only. I feel like Fly should have this set as the default option, right? Like, okay, I'm just gonna build a thing locally. If the machine is like Linux, for example. If you're a Mac, then alright, I get it. Like if the architecture doesn't match, I understand the need for a remote build. But if the same architecture, then most likely you'll be able to build faster locally. Preserving the cache and whatnot, right? Unless you have a massive project. But it's not like Docker does any work to parallelize things, right? Shortest straw. Oh wait, I think we have some unpublished things. No, I need to update all the way. Who you? Oh my god, Docker, why are you so slow? Oh. Fuck my life. How many pins do I have to do? Look at that! Config, libc, IO, bystring, gluon, Riot, Atacama, Trail, Nomad, Saturday, Derive, JSON, MLX, and Sidewinder. Why? Why so many pins? Why can't I just publish these things? If I already JS, I wouldn't have this issue. Yeah, I know, but it would be like less fun. I think this won't work. Right, so we're going there and we get the right HTML it's perfect, and then we're trying to get the static runtime, and we failed to get that, right? And 500 error, that probably means that file doesn't exist. So if we go into fly, we'll see the logs. Dashboard, sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so this is almost what we want, but not quite, right? Because naturally, if we relocate the executable, right, then that, like, we cannot use this to deploy apps, right? Because this currently deploys, as it's configured, it depends, right, on a globally installed OCaml shared folder, right? And if you are installing OCaml to deploy an OCaml app, you're doing it wrong. It's like people that install Golang, right, to be able to ship a Go app, right? You don't need that. So we need to change that somehow. And I would like to look at a little bit more here, because they're using this is the package name, that's the name of the section, which is fine. Dementia. All habits disappear. I think we're gonna go the OCaml crunch way. So OCaml Crunch is this library built by the Mirage people, right? That allows you to say, here's a directory or a set of directories, crunch them into a single OCaml module, right? So what I'm gonna do is, in the Sidewinder Dune file, right? After we have copied the file to the source folder, then I'm gonna have another rule, right? That is gonna grab that file, right? And turn it into a module. So I will be able to bundle that module, which has the file inside, right, in the actual library. So then I will be able to serve this directly from memory. and that would be a gazillion times simpler than this stuff. Mirage has so much nice shit. That also means we don't need this, and we don't need doing sites. We just need OCaml crunch. Casimiro saying, "Hey man, I don't really like HTML and CSS. Do I need it to become a software developer? I want to become a backend developer." The answer is that it depends, right? HTML, CSS are tools, and you're gonna find a ton of tools that you would not like throughout your career. I would optimize right now, right, a little bit for what you find interesting and brings you joy, and a little bit for what the market wants, right? Because if you're not yet working as a software developer, right, and you wanna make it as a software developer, you need some skills that will be marketable, right? That some people will actually pay you money for, right? And right now, the market is like just desperate for JavaScript, for example, right? The market may be dumb. Yes, that's a good point. But also the market has the money, right? So if you want to actually make a living as a software developer, whether you like it or not, you will have to find some skills that some people will pay you for, right? Do something that interests you. I disagree with that chart string. I think you need to do things that interest you, but there's so much to learn in stuff that you don't really like find interesting, right? Especially if you're starting out, right? You might, for example, do a whole year of learning Haskell without landing a single job, right? And that's going to be really off-putting, regardless how much you like Haskell. Maybe you'll end up doing a lot of Haskell for yourself, right? And that'll be fun. And maybe years down the line, you'll get a job or whatever, right? But if you want to get a job, then there's certain things that you want to prioritize, right? As Neo says, you will be forced to do stuff you don't find interesting that just needs to be done, right? So developing that capacity, I think, is super important, right? The capacity to say, like, I don't like doing Java, but we need to refactor this shitty service. So I'll just go learn the Java I need to and just do the job and move on, right? So do you need HTML and CSS? No, but it helps. If you know a little bit of HTML, if you know a little bit of CSS, it helps to get the job. Not every job, some jobs, right? And it helps you sort of move around and be a little more versatile. If you want to become a backend developer, I would say maybe one of the best options you have today is to learn Go. I think that language will actually help you find a job relatively quickly. There's a lot of demand for Go. When I try to learn CSS, I sleep in the middle of the tutorial. That's, yeah, it is what it is. If you don't find it interesting, you're going to have a hard time learning it, right? So that's something I agree with, Charles String. If you want to start out and learn, you need to have a clear goal, right? So if you're saying, I want to become a backend developer, then pick the one thing that you would need to get a job as a backend developer, right? Try to find one thing that you enjoy and also gets, you can get money for. So you can have a job and just keep learning on the job and so on, and then learn that. If you're liking Java, there's so many Java jobs. It's crazy, right? Java, JavaScript, Python, Go. I would say any of those languages are a solid option to get you started, right? To land a job quick, right? You will obviously have to learn a lot of things, but it will be easier, I think, to get a job in those than if you were to learn, for example, Erlang or OCaml or Haskell, which I personally think those are much more fun languages to write and work in, right? Yeah, like Frank saying, like, that makes absolute sense. All right, let's see if this works locally, right? We serve it, inside Winder comes straight out of the module. It's a beautiful everybody, that works. So I would actually expect this to work fine. If we'll do a little cache version there. Fly deploy! Yes, and the most important thing of all is to write OCaml. Always write OCaml. If you need any other language, you can always make a backend for OCaml to speed that language. Casimiro, come here. Come here. Look, Right? OCaml. Okay? OCaml. It's good for you. OCaml. You got this. OCaml is so full stack, it goes all the way down from below the operating system to outer space. Literally. There's OCaml running on like satellites. Okay, so that worked there. Let's see if this actually works here. And it fails. No. We're just miming Casemiro. I think Java is a perfectly fine language to learn and get a job on. I would personally say if you can go for something like Go, right? I think you'll have a better time. I think it will be more future-proof, primarily because of the big hype around it, right? Java is having less and less and less hype and so on over the years. There will still be a lot of big maintenance in like big systems that are already written in Java, right? Yeah, but if you're as a charge string is saying, don't learn OCaml because you'd be sad when you write Java. That is big true. Yes. Why did this blow up though? We should have it for 4. Okay, something didn't run well here. We reinstalled Sidewinder. Did we? Cached. No, we did not. Oh, sorry, my bad. We actually need to push this, otherwise it will never work, right? 1, 2, 3 pushed. As a solo dev, I'll write my company stack in OCaml F# and have job security for life. That actually is smart. Oh yeah, fuck, we don't need that shit anymore. I suspect we'll have over time a bug in how the melange code is generated, but we can start where we are. Okay, so this is deploying. Eventually we'll see that it starts up here, right? I wish we could make that a little bigger. And I wish I didn't need to do this. Height. H auto. What do you say auto? No. H 100 view. That didn't work. What is the thing? Oh, the grid. Screw your grid. Just give me the... I want more. Man. Okay, machine booted. We're listening. Ready? And it loads the thing, okay? But it's pointing to the wrong URL. Fuck! No! Ah! Okay, so fly logs. Yeah, fly logs, that works. That's good. Fly, you fool. I don't need browser. Cool. By that. So we just need to make sure to include the right URL here in the runtime. And I think we can do that by just making the runtime dumper, right? Like he doesn't know. He just grabs whatever you're using. No, this is Blink. What the hell am I doing here? Runtime. And I guess we need something like window location, right? Host or URL location. And I almost want to grab the. Is there a port? Yeah. Which WebSocket will take / URL, so we would grab the current, so it would translate for you, right? Well, in this case, I do need a browser because I want to click around in the bazaar thing, right? But not in the dashboard. I will be using fly logs going forward. Thanks for that. Window location scheme protocol. What the fuck? Just copy the thing. Damn it. Computer, obey me. Copy. I said copy. Oh my god. I cannot do that in that mode. This is so frustrating. Skill issue. Alright. That works. So we'll do protocol, right? And then / and then we do window location. And then that will be host. Window location. Port, and then that will be that. And I guess we could probably pass in the path here. And just do path, right? Let's see if it still runs locally. That should rebuild any second now. That broke. Classic. Let's see chat. Port was empty string. You think it's gonna fail if it's empty string? I don't know. So in the problem we have is that double slash here, which is silly, but whatever. The only thing I understand in your screen is get element by ID. The rest is just Chinese for me. I don't know Chinese. Well, first of all right, that kind of comment here in this channel ain't gonna fly, okay? But yeah, so we have a bunch of crap happening at the moment. Like there's some raw JavaScript inside of the OCaml code, right? So it's, let's say it's an advanced use case. Let's just say that. What happened now? Why do we have 2 ports? What? Window location host? Okay, so I can just use that then. All right, fine. I'll just use that. That's fine. As Neo said, if it's HTTPS, it will come WSS, which is WebSocket Secure. What in the fuck? Did I not? I installed it. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I actually need to call Dune build, right? For this to generate the new file. So if I forget to do build, right, then I don't get the new file. And if I don't get the new file, I get the old file. And if that file is there, when I do OCaml install, then we get the old file. This is very frustrating. It is incredibly error prone. We can do better. I cannot do it in the Docker file. I have to do it when I commit and push the library. Okay, so that works. And we are just using whatever URL you have there, which means very soon we should be able to do that here. Fairly confident that this will work. Gee, I think it's already 11 p.m. over here. My schedule is so fucked. build should be done during deploy. Well, it's happening, right? When we do the deploy, we are calling up Pumpium, which will do the build. However, it's going to be building based on the files that have been committed. Oh, didn't you see that? That was lovely. Create char strings like famous last words. Dude, this is OCaml, okay? We have like a high degree of what we compile that will run, right? -1 +1. Darkness, potency. Sheridan Chris, not my OCaml code. Well, you're OCamling wrong. I'll be more than happy to have a look at your code and tell you what's wrong with it. And he better not be Haskell. It's like, oh, my OCaml doesn't work, and he shows me, and he's like, Ruby. It's like, oh no, what happened here? How did we get so lost? No, I'm sure it's great. I'm just trolling. Whew. Is this private repo? Only this one, the one where I'm using the libraries. But the library is free to use here, right? Actually, no, Bazaar is public, Bazaar. It's just terrible. That's why I thought it was private. And I haven't committed anything. Oh my god, in how long? 8 days, fuck! Oh no, what did I do? Beam, git ignore. I need to ignore a bunch of stuff, right? Like depths and target, right? Yeah. Oh my god, look at all the assets and shit like that. Do I really need that? Wait, where the hell are the logos on those things? Assets vendor. Okay. Gone. Much more manageable. Good. I have a Docker file, this one over here, that builds in Ubuntu 22 with OCaml 5, and it does a statically linked build, right? And then we copy that over into an Ubuntu runner. So the bare bones Ubuntu. I tried a smaller image with Alpine before, and I wanted to be able to run Scratch, right? But it didn't work, and I didn't want to put a lot of time into figuring that out. We can try Debian Slim, it will be fine, right? Like the only thing we need is just to be able to install LiveGMP right now, because some of the crypto stuff needs Zareth, and Zareth depends on the library, and we need libc, glibc, right? There are some guides for deploying things better, but I think this is fine. It produces a tiny image, right? Like the OCaml layer of this thing, it's like 18 megabytes. We can use Debian Slim and see if it works. Like this will be. Okay, I'm gonna need. Which one is the right Debian Slim? Bookworm. So 12 Slim. How did you get your job at Spotify? I don't work at Spotify anymore. I got my job there in 2017. And I worked there until 2019. Late 2019 or early 2019. Maybe early 2020. I forget. But it was 2.5 years. It's a very long story, but I had a horrible experience with changing management, and they pushed me from the path I was on, right? Where I was doing a lot of traveling and doing a lot of wide impacting work, right? That I really enjoyed. Across, for example, the New York office and the Stockholm office. And I was having a lot of fun, and it was great. And I got pushed down to, here's your Jira ticket, ship it by the end of the day, right? Slowly over 6 months. And that led me down to like a spiral of like, okay, maybe I'm just not good enough for this stuff, right? And self-doubt and whatnot. And I don't remember much of those 6 months, to be honest. And then eventually I was forced to quit. By that I mean like my manager was like, okay, I'm not going to recommend you to a transfer anywhere else in the organization. I think you should quit. And I tried to say no, like I'll just hold my ground, right? But eventually it just broke me. And I was, all right, I need to get out of here. And yeah, in Sweden it's really, really, really hard. Like nobody gets fired here. People quit, right? Or are, in my case, they're asked to quit at some point. Up to those 6 months, my experience was awesome. I absolutely loved it. Up to, right? After, that's last 6 months were just terrible. Yeah, it's not a happy story. No worries. I think everybody that's been long enough in the industry has had experiences like that, or knows of experiences like that. It is what it is. Hey, iSense, how's it going? We have gone pretty far. You can actually test it out here. It probably is gonna break if a lot of you try it out together, right? Since we're running on the smallest possible image on Fly that's free, right? Yeah, but feel free to inspect the network tab and just fuck around with it. We are deploying right now, so you might need to wait a second. We just did a little bit of splitting of the repo. Yeah, the market is terrible right now. At I always apply for jobs like regularly, just to see what's up, right? And who's hiring and who's not, and what jobs are easy to get into or like get an interview with or not, right? Primarily to understand what's happening, and also, sometimes people ask me like, "Hey, how do I get a job?" Right? And then I can be like, "Oh, that company or this company here," just insta reject. And like if someone that submits a resume and says like, "Hey, I've been working for 15 years, right? And here's all the things I've done, all of the places I've worked, right?" And doesn't get past the first like screening, like I don't even get a call, then yeah, I think a lot of people that are getting started are gonna have an incredibly rough time. It might be easier though for people that have like more linear careers. Like, okay, you joined out of university an internship, that became a job, and then you went to like a large company, not necessarily FANG, but like I don't know, you worked at, let's say, a big startup, right? Let's say like could be you did an internship at like Airbnb or something like that, and then you managed to get a job there, and you were there for like 6 years or 7 years, right? And then after that, you decided to join another company, like an upgrade in salary or position, whatever. I think that kind of profile pattern matches very well still, right? But folks like me that were like, okay, I'm just going to be working as fast as I can everywhere I can, right? And I did like maybe 5 years of 6 months in different startups, maybe one startup for a year. And then all of them crashed at different points for different reasons, right? So I learned a bunch of things about how not to do things, right? But it doesn't look impressive in a resume. It just looks like this person has been jumping around like crazy, right? And then I joined Klarna, and I was there for like 2 years, and then Spotify 2.5 years. But those are the only two like big names, right? I've worked with or at, and then after that, it's just like more smaller companies, startups, and things like that. I have consulted for like Ernst and Young, for example, but it's not. It's a big name, but it's not like a big name in tech. Like in tech, most people don't care about them. Which is understandable, right? So that kind of profile, I think, has a much harder time pattern matching for recruiters these days. At least that's been my experience submitting my profile, right? Okay, so I think we can rescue some things from here, like the channel manager, right? And we can move those into the bazaar. I don't think we need to bench stuff anymore, to be honest. Don't really care about it. Well, I'm not using the earth file either. I don't understand. What did we do in the make file? Oh, that was for the local builds. We don't need that. And what do we have here? Notes. We don't need this anymore. I guess we can keep it for, yeah, history 6. Okay, so doing format, doing build. Does that still build? Open Riot endpoint. You don't need that. We can probably do open router there as well. Somehow, whenever I leave my computer open, I end up here. It is just the mass, right? Like the gravitational force just pulls everything to OCaml. Okay, so that repo should be starting to look more clean, right? We have a bunch of deploy code here and some notes and whatever, right? And then we have Bazaar, and then that is your main, which just calls Riot start, right? With the applications you want to start, and we have the Bazaar app there, which is good. And this will just start the endpoint, and the endpoint itself, right, is just a router that does things. So I am leaving this as a flat structure right now, but most likely we will do, folders here as this grows. We do have a counter, which is not super exciting right now, but it does the job. Fly deploy. I think that might actually break. Yeah, we don't have live anymore. But that should work. I can remember anything. Can't tell if it's true or a dream. Okay, so we've done the cleaning that we wanted to do, and that's kind of awesome. So we can go back to the thing that we actually wanted to build, right? Because, yeah, all of this shit, all of it, right? It is just, okay, it's loading. Why are you loading so hard? Oh, yeah, we're restarting the machine. That makes sense. And 1, 2, 3 should be faster now. Cool. Know that I have caching disabled, right? But if I enable the cache, then this should be perhaps even faster. I don't know. Yeah, that's relatively fast for a shitty server. It still takes like 243 milliseconds to render that page, to put it together. So we have something there that's crazy slow. We'll figure it out, but right now I'm happy that it does the thing it should do. Make it work, make it beautiful, and then if we really, really have to, we'll make it fast, right? Most of the time, when you make it beautiful, it already is fast. Bum, bum. We have some icon problems here. Okay, Joe. Hey, ma'am. I speak truth, okay? May not be my truth, but it's still the truth. Or you don't believe in the words of Joe there? Huh? You elixirist? Come here convincing us that we don't need types? And now when I use your own gospel, right? You call me a heretic? What is this? This reminds me of the other well-known figure in OOP that we should not name that became a villain. I am using a browser I made in OCaml. It looks good, right? No, sorry, just trolling. This is Brave. Brave. No, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I love to one day to do that, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. But it was very brave of me. No, this is just Brave. You can see on the top left of the screen, right? It says Brave there. About Brave. No, my passwords. I don't know if the talent is here, but I am definitely very stubborn, so I'll figure it out eventually. One day I'll figure it out. Okay, so we did this, so we can go back to doing the thing we wanted to do, which I forget what it was. But I can close, I guess, all of this? Yeah, okay, I'll just close everything. Right, we were doing extensions for Twitch, right? And I guess I can go back to my page. It's muted. Closing chat here because you already see it there, right? And you'll see I have a little button here for extensions. And if I click on that, it will ask me if I want to accept my extension, right? And if I accept, then it will break. Because intended for certain audiences. Significant profanity? What the fuck's that? Okay, point made. Accept. I don't see my thing loading though. Jeez, so much stuff. All right, so that failed. Why did that fail? It's right here. Okay, no, it's not there. What? What are you talking about? What happened to my files? What are you doing to my files? Is it because they were in temp they got removed? That sucks. That sucks ass. Okay, cool. So that works. And so that means I'm gonna just get rid of that. And I think I don't need anything else here. And we're gonna open the static overlay, right? And we wanna do something here cool, right? Why do we have two scripts there? That makes no sense. Oh, that's another one that we opened. Okay. So so much garbage. Look at that. Look at all the garbage I have installed. Easy out to refresh. What the fuck is that? When did I install that? Ryan is cloning things already. Dude, we know Elixir can do this. It's fine. It's completely fine. I would love to see how can you show me the sources of this? I want to see how you're mounting the components. Because we need some help there. Because the mounting we do right now, it looks okay on the ML side, right? The Caml side. But the runtime profile it has, I don't like it. Thank you very much. Just open the fucking page, browser. What are you doing? You have no, this is this is not the mounting. Show me where you mount this thing, right? This is what happens when it gets mounted. I want to see like the place. No, wait. Never mind. You're right. This is just calling counter, which is defined here, right? Phoenix click. We are not implementing LiveView protocol. We built everything from scratch. We are artisans. Every bit, every binding written with love. Madman. I cannot do an evil laughter. Sorry, I tried. But I just like figuring how things work. Hand-rolled machine code. Mwah. It's a beautiful. Software you can love. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so what I want to see is we have this example here that was graciously provided by Riot for us to roast. And we have an endpoint, and somewhere in the endpoint we do nothing, but we have a router. And in the router we have a live endpoint, right? Where we say live, counter live, home, right? Somehow, right? Oh, I know what we were doing wrong. Well, not wrong, just differently, right? The counter live actually comes with a little mount endpoint here. Mount, right? And in our case, right, we have, if I go into, I need to go one level up, so I'll just go here. We have our index, right, where we have a page, right, and this page is calling mount on the components themselves, right? So what I was considering is, what if you have a page and you just want one or two little things, right? Well, if it calls render, right? I mean, this mount is not exactly the same as the Elixir mount, right? But it's just called mount. If it calls render, then you get a single of these things, right? Like, you just get the output of rendering this once. It doesn't become live by, When we call mount here with a path, this actually becomes live. So this is the same, right, as sort of invoking mount, right, in some other view, right? So you create a new component for that. But you need to tell it where to connect to, right? And that's something that we did that maybe we want to change. I think the Elixir LiveView model makes more sense. Because this will allow you to say, I already have a big page and I just want to have like one little island of interactivity, right? Then I can just do mount there. But that means you have to be careful to connect the component to the actual endpoint, right? And that sucks ass. So really what we would like to do is not that, but in our endpoint, right? It will be something like live there, right? And this live counter, right, would do everything for us, right? It will mount and do things like that. Yeah, exactly. And we thankfully already have that in place. Like, we have a Sidewinder default, right? So we will be able to add more default things. Hey Seba, how's it going? I think you got a subscribe from someone. I remember reading that. We got rated yesterday and there was like a choo-choo train. You got a sub, yeah, you got a sub. That thing. We got a choo-choo train, yeah. I think it went up to level, let's see, 7. Highest it has ever been. Yeah, was fun. I don't think I'm making any money. I need to check. All right, let's see. Oh shit, yeah, where? Cool. How do I get my money out of here? It's like, I would like my money not to be in Twitch. Every 15th, I get money. Come on, Mumbai. Like, considering, dude, you're not new here. You've been here for months now. You know that a short stream is like 6 hours. It's like, so let's see. How can I see like lifetime money? Lifetime monies. Yeah. You were able to buy a piece of the Pampas with the economy in Argentina right now. It's like $240 a month, dude. You are like a president. Blackjack and subs. Yeah, I feel like if you're a streamer, then Twitch should do the math for you. So the money you spend subbing to other people on stream is immediately deducted from the money you're making on stream, right? So they lose less money on charges from the cards or whatever, right? And it would be easy for me to be like, oh, I'm spending like 80% of what I make on Twitch subbing other people. But they also sub to me, so we don't really know where that money begins or ends. Anyways, Ryan, I think this makes a lot of sense, right? We don't have a render callback. The assigns is our state, right? We don't have the way of doing this magic, right? Whatever it is, but that's fine. And we do have handle events, it's a handle action. I do want to change this so that this will actually be more generic, right? Because I would actually like it to just be handle message. So you can just use regular Riot messages, right, to talk to the component. And I guess this def counter p here is your like sub component. Yeah, I understand. What I meant is that we don't have this flexibility, right? Like we could use a hash table, for example, or a map even, right, to do this, but it would just not be a save, and you're expected in Elixir to be able to assign anything to every key, right? Like different keys have different types, stuff like that, and we don't have that. So we have a state type instead. Of sanity, hear them calling me. What I wanted to do was say import as Sidewinder, right? From HTTPS, Bazaar, FlyDev, right? Sidewinder static, Sidewinder web runtime MJS. And I wanted to be able to load that, right? In this view. No, not this view. Here, this one. I forget exactly what the URL would be, but it will be here for sure. Why don't you like it? What's your problem, huh? Fly logs. 1. So parser, there's something wrong in the parsing. Okay, that is great. We we can't handle that request. Brilliant. Let's see the request. Response? No, I want to see the request. So why does this happen? Sometimes I see this little button that says see raw request there, and I love that. And I want to see the raw request here, but I don't see it. I don't know if any of you are trying things, but I see logs moving. Old habits reappear. Everyone's after me, frail sins of sanity. Hear them calling, sanity. Hear them calling me. What's it with the Nordics and metal? So first of all, sir, I am from Argentina. Very much at the south of this planet. Alright? Alright? And I've been listening to Metallica for a long time. And in fact, I learned English with Metallica. I think Metallica is a big reason I speak English. What is it with Argentinians and Metallica? I don't know. Seba, do you like Metallica as much as I do? Seba is also from Argentina, by the way. Just leaking details now. We used to study together. He's from my hometown as well. Doxed. Disculpe. Disculpe. No, it's alright, man. I'm just trolling here. If I recall correctly, you moved from Argentina. Yeah, I did. Um, I don't know honestly why the Nordics there's so much, but the metal they listen to here is like extreme. You know what I mean? Like if you play some, let's say Black Label Society, we can play some of that. So let's say Stillborn. This is like very light. This is like super light, right? If you go into like Angra, okay, maybe not Rebirth. What? Fabio Leone sound Angra now? I did not know that. When did that happen? Fabio Leone is the guy from Rhapsody of Fire. Damn, I want to listen to Rhapsody now. All right, whatever. We're listening to this now. Ready? Fuck. It is too fast. In that battlefield, while our world is fighting the war of the kings. The thunder, the storms, so people are calling the brave and his sword. No time left to save the wise throne. Shades of a past not so far to forget. Oh my god, I get so pumped with this shit. Your emerald sword. The ancient cross of war for the holy town of God's Gloria, Gloria perpetua. In this dawn of victory. My pipes are dry. And that's my voice, you DJs. Sak till idol. Nej! Fy fan! Vad gör du? Så står han. Aj. Sim, a gente pode falar português, não é problema. Don't even need reverb. To be fair, I have pretty shitty insulation in the room, so probably it's just the room. No. Oh wait, this is re-recorded. That is not Fabio Leone. Oh, they're probably doing this thing where they re-record, right, to be able to keep them out of their rights of their playback, right? So they don't have to send money to that guy that left the band. Hey Privan, Emil, no worries, absolutely, like super happy to help, and you know where to find me. All right, have a good night, man. I still prefer the. Let's see. Wow, they have only new things in popular here. Look, this doesn't have even like nearly as many plays as the stuff we will find in This Is Rhapsody. Oh, we can see that. Yeah, but they're right. Jesus. Like I understand why they do it. It sucks for the fans, right? Because like, all right, we like a lot of Immortals is great. He's also re-recorded. What the fuck? Seriously, they re-recorded everything from Chaos to Eternity. Tornado, no. All of the old albums are not here, right? Oh my god, this app is absolute garbage. Absolute fire. It is so slow. Albums, just show me all the albums, please. No, you're gonna. Okay, Triumph or Agony. And this is like some of the best songs right here, I think. El Canto del Vento. No, where is it? Son of Pain. A New Saga Begins is excellent. Dark Kunor. The Cold Embrace of Fear. It's like they grabbed all the stuff that people were listening to the most and they re-recorded. Holy Thunder Force, great song as well. Also re-recorded. See what I mean? It's like, what is happening? Why do they do this? No, I mean, I understand why they do it. We're looping back to 2 minutes ago. So the live stuff, right, they cannot unrecord or re-record. So let's say Land of Immortals, right? Land of Immortals. And I think this might... All right, it's called Rhapsody. Yeah, look at this. Look at this place. 23 million, 19 million. So they renamed all this stuff to just Rhapsody, maybe. Or maybe this is from before they renamed themselves Rhapsody of Fire. This song is just absolute bonkers. Love it. Yeah, this is Fabio Leone. Land of Immortals, I wait for my day. We're gonna try to load that file from the local server, right? And we'll see if that still breaks, right? And it does. It does not block. It doesn't die in the same way, right? All right, we need HTTPS. Ugh. Can we just tell it to be unsafe? Land of immortals, I wait for my day to reach the wisdom of your skies. Land of immortals, you must belong to me. From here to eternity, me here. Ooh, we got some feedback on how to pack things. My way. I feel like his style of singing, right, brings an air of class to what Rhapsody does, right, which is very fantasy based, right? And he has a lot of like classical components, I think, or it sounds very classic-y in a lot of places. So the fact that he can sing, let's say, like an opera singer sometimes, right? It's like, oh, yeah, very opera. Exactly, Neo. Like very operatic. Wisdom of your skies, land of immortals, you must belong to me. And this song here is absolute, like, it really showcases what I mean, right? Let's see, show me all the albums. Oh, Legendary Tales, yeah. Ooh, Epicus Voodoo, damn. So I'm searching for this one, but they have an Italian version of this one. And they have a German version as well. The Magic of the Wizard Stream. There you go, that's all the versions. German version, album version. What's the difference here? Is it going to be in English? Yeah. I swore they have an Italian version of this. The place. And Christopher Lee sings in there as well, which is absolutely bonkers. Like, they got Christopher fucking Lee to sing. Okay, this is not it. Born to weary and old is very low for me. Oh, listen to that. Angels are calling from divine lost crystal realms, riding from heaven for the magic of the wizard's dream. But there is a version of this, and I want to find it. That's in Italian. Karaoke version? No. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the German version. No, wait. It's Lamento Heroico. Lamento Boliviano Heroico. I think it's this one. Sorry. I think we found it. Yeah. Yes. Oh my god, this song is absolutely fantastic. Okay, we're listening to this now. Langen mer lekoi in franto altruces gado dell'angelo cieco. Rima nel cuor del signo ferito e morente, cosmi di eternità tradita, di verità svanite c'è ora versano lacrime da Dio y un voto nero, sincero e fiero, al mio destino andrò. Urla il tuo no al mio lamento eroico. Impossible. I can't really sing this, but it's such a good song. I love it. It is very operatic, yeah. Like most things, I don't really do them, but I enjoy doing them. It's fun to sing. I'm not a singer. All right, so we had a chorus problem here. And one way to solve that would be to actually trick the browser that we're running over HTTPS, or to actually run this thing over HTTPS. And I think it might be easier to just run this thing over HTTPS. Oh, god damn it. So we can do transport here, right? and we'll do let config is going to be TLS config. Actually, I think we can probably just use the Atacama transport, right? SSL, and this just needs a config object, right? Atacama La Morte. No, al mio lamento eroico sorte. 404. I played guitar on Glitchbyte's stream a couple of days ago. It was a lot of fun. Consuma la lealtad. So we need TCP, and that's going to be Atacama. Okay, I'm just going to do open Atacama transport here, right? The trifecta, damn. Receive timeout. It's going to be 5 seconds, and we'll do the same thing for the send timeout. Now our TLS config is going to be TLS config server, right? And this is mostly empty stuff. But I think we will need to do a little bit of magic here, because in Blink we have this issue, right, where protocol transport, right? We needed to come up with a. Oh wait, that was just for the configuration there. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna wing it, and we'll see where it goes. No certificate provided. That makes sense. So maybe we won't wing it. The fuck is this? Ooh, great song as well. Bam bam, bada 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 bam 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 bam. I don't know if we listened to this already, but here we are. Rage in the wind, my magic still. Rage in the wind of my magic still. It's a cell test. That is a perfect file to look for because we will do SSL config server at some point, and we just need certificates, and this is what we're doing right there. So and I guess we just need TLS key and the TLS thingy. Rage in the wind. So we can probably pack those two with the server. I don't know. Do I want to do that? I really don't care about this right now. That is not the command I wanted to run. Are you shitting me? What are the chances that that fixes it? I don't think so. Let's say this one. Oh my god. What are you talking about? Expand to show full article? Born to Arian's old gate. Okay, we're gonna do that. Might as well copy it from the GitHub, right? I think I'll just copy the ones that I know work. We're gonna go one app into Bazaar, right? And we'll just put them right there. From beyond. And now we can do a little rule, right? And we'll do target, and that will be assets, right? And then dependencies will be TLS cert and TLS.key, right? And then we'll do run or action, run OCaml crunch, right? And then we will say like that. So the directory is going to be search, right? And the output is going to be target, like that. And we'll say silent, and we'll also say a mode is going to be plain, like that. So if we do a Dune build, then we won't need much of this stuff, but that's fine. Just need to compile. No rule found. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like that. So let's see. We don't need that stuff. We will just do certs or assets, and that should have stuff, I believe. Hey Diva, how's it going? Warrior. Two-hour architectural meeting? What are you doing? Like, what do you do in the architectural meeting? can't really see the thing inside, which is pretty terrible. How do we just did this, right? Here. Oh, the dragon flame. So we should be able to do that. OCaml crunch and just say like, all right, that's the thing. Crunch that. And then how do we use it? We did Sidewinder JS read. Okay. So this will be assets read, right? What the hell goes first? Is TLS cert. Okay. And the second one is not cert, is key. Okay, and that works. So if we go now to 192 there, right? That doesn't work, but if we go to HTTPS, it'll say something that we don't recognize the security, proceed, that should work fine. Whew, excellent. So I expect maybe this one would work now. And of course it does not, because we need to run the server. Course error. Okay, we're getting there. Access to script, blah, 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 from origin localhost has been blocked by course policy. And that just means we need to add a course middleware, right? That says, hey, enable all this crap. Yeah, classic error. Okay, one sec, I'm gonna get something to drink. And a quick bathroom break as well. Let's see if this works. Oh yeah, I can hear myself again. And I guess so can you. So I just realized that the Apogee dock that I'm using has one fatal flaw. It's amazing otherwise. Right? I have one of these, Apogee Duet 3. Where are you here? These boys. It's a beautiful, and it comes with this very nice, this is excellent for traveling, by the way. Like all the traveling I've been doing, I've been carrying everything here, and it's just great. And it has this dock, right? Let's see if we find it. Audio interfaces, Apogee Duet, LE. I guess this is the one. Learn more. Here, this little dock, right, lets you actually hook the thing, right? You like slide it in, and it just fits perfectly. And the one problem it has is that it actually is easier to pull out or half pull out than you think, right? And what just happened was that it was not visibly pulled out, but it was pulled out quite a bit. So that meant, for some reason, I had audio playback, like I could hear the music and everything, but none of the audio input was working, right? Which is a weird thing to have. I think that interface should probably click into place, right? I think that would be best. So if you click it into place, it's good. It's good. Like before the Apogee 3, I had an Apogee 2. I don't think they sell them anymore. Apogee, let's see, load more. No. And I got the Apogee Duet 2. Let's see if we have a page here. We can just go to Gear for Music, whatever. This one, right? I still have it. It still works, right? And I bought that one in 2013 or so, right? And I bought this one in 2022. So I've used this one for like a decade, and it worked just absolutely fine. It's not even the snappy connectors. It's just that the dock, right, doesn't have a click. And that just, I just realized it. I never thought of it because I don't really pull the cables, right? But I accidentally pulled the cable of the microphone, which is connected to the Apogee, and that pulled the dock. Like the microphone jack, right? The one, I guess 1/4 millimeter jack, the tiny ones, had a stronger pull than the actual dock had a lock on the interface. Like, yeah, okay, that's a annoying little thing. But yeah, if you can get your hands on one of these fucking slaps. I've been considering having this one side by side, right? Because then all of a sudden I have like two of them, and they work beautifully, right? But I don't have this jack thingy, like the, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I loved about it when I bought it first time. I was like, oh my god, this product looks absolutely delightful, right? It looks like an iPod. It kind of looks like an iPod, right? You know what I mean? And it's not that big. Like, I'll take it out, show it, but then I can't hear you, I can't hear the music or talk. And it's maybe wide as my hand like that, right? And maybe like tall like that. So it's not that big. Pretty nice. No, add it to cart. No, I don't want to buy another one. And many times I thought, oh yeah, I'm going to buy a Symphony, or like they had some other ones over the years, right? But look at this chunkster. It is really big, right? It also looks super nice, and it has, oh, this is not even the one I thought it was. There's one that has like, I don't know, 16 inputs and outputs, something like that. It looks really nice, but like, it's just way too much. Chunky boy, yeah. Of course, they show you the setouts with like the Mac Studio and all these things, but oh yeah, so this is it. This has 10 in and 14 out. But like, to be honest, who the fuck am I gonna record with that many things? Like, where the hell do they input the things? Do they actually have a an extension cable for you to plug everything in separately. Anyways, we're digressing. That looks pretty. I like this. Nice. Is this also an interface or is it just a mixer? So I haven't traveled in the last couple of months, but before that I spent a year traveling, maybe like 9 months between Latin America, around Latin America, mostly Brazil and Argentina. Gonna drop a start here. Now that's a banger of a product. Look at that, 44,000 stars. This is not a dev tool, this is a product. You want to be a loser like Ryan? Ryan is great. Oh, really? Bot tracking, routing, and that's awesome. I have actually a Dustin page here. In my Kundwagen is like the shopping cart. I haven't finished shopping the what do you call it? Mohai saying you're a digital nomad, bro. I've been a digital nomad since like 2012. I stopped being a digital nomad around 2017 or something like that, when I was like, all right, I'm going to stay in Sweden. Before it was cool, I was traveling around working from an iPad and a Magic Keyboard, connecting on shitty Wi-Fi from cafes to an SSH box and coding there. You can be a digital nomad with a partner. I didn't say it was going to be easy, okay? It must be a nightmare to just constantly travel every couple of weeks or so. So much work, right? Yeah. It is a lot of work already when you're like on your own. Like find where you're going to go and figure out like what the right neighborhoods would be for you to like spend your time effectively and not just like end up partying like crazy or, you know, yeah. That's a lot of considerations. So, of course, right? All right, we're going to do the right thing. We're just going to come here and go to trail, and we're going to add a course middleware because that just makes sense. And it's going to be crazy easy to add. So, it has a cost and depends on where you go and where you're coming from and who you work for. Some places in the world are a lot easier to move around than others, right? Like, let's say you are like me. You were born in Argentina, so you mostly have access to Argentinian companies, right, as you're growing up. And you get some money, right? The places in the world that you can go to that are cheaper than where you live, right, are very fucking far away and you won't afford getting there. So you can travel Argentina maybe, right? And be a digital nomad there. Dude, going to Mexico is fucking you know how much it costs to travel from my hometown to like Peru even? I'm going to show you. Google.com flights. We're going to look into that. So from Tucumán, this is my hometown. We're going to go to Lima, right? And let's say in a couple of months, so we get decent prices. May, we could go in this season, right? Because it's kind of cheap. Let's say 4th, and we want to stay there maybe a month and a half, something like that. Let's see if we have a good price there. No, these are bad prices. Okay, so let's say we will push it to the 10th there, right? This is the economy trip, round trip, right? Let's switch the location to be USD, United States dollars. So that's $625, right? You work for Baidev, nice. This is a fuck ton of money in Argentina. Like my mom on a pension after like 40 years of working for the state, right? She's supposed to have like a real good pension, and I don't think she makes $150 a month. A month, right? And she lives with that. So she can just not afford to go to Lima. And we're not talking about going to a fancy place all across the world, right? This is just a flight to Lima that must be like, I don't know, 3,000, maybe 2,000 kilometers is too much. This is ridiculous. And that's a cheaper one, right? 15 years ago, definitely different. Yeah, absolutely. Now, just so you get an idea, let's say you want to go work, let's say in Germany, we're going to go to Frankfurt, right? Same dates, or we can maybe try to choose a little cheaper. Look at the price. Look at the jump there. $2,000 more just to go to Frankfurt, right? So the people that can actually get out of Argentina to do that sort of digital nomad already have a ton of money, right? They already have a ton of money. So saving money for them is not going to be the problem. And of course, we're talking about like 1% of the population, maybe even less. Of course, it's easy for me to say this, having already escaped that trap, right? Because it's a system that is built so people can't get out. But from the outside looking in, it's like, oh yeah, I can afford a trip there and back and so on. But I imagine many, many poor countries are the same. And I say poor as in Argentina is a poor country. Might be the whitest country in all of Latin America, but it's poor as fuck, as poor as any other country in Latin America. Or worse. And it's not for lack of natural resources. Okay, so let's see. Plug course. Damn politics. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a look at the classic course plugin, right? That everybody, absolutely everybody uses, right? This is very complex. It has a lot of configuration options. We're going to start with something dumb and we can grow it. I think right now, the only thing I want is to be able to specify an origin sort of pattern, right? And the nice thing is that we will just do a connection, right? And I think I need to build this though. With header, right? And the header, what's the header that we need? We need a couple of headers, right? Access, control, yeah, okay. Cool, so we need to just do a match here on connection, request method, right? And then we get on options, then we'll do one thing, and then for everything else, we'll do something else. Oh, hey, Cherry, how's it going? Wait, Cherry's in the chat. So we need to go into dot files, prompt. God damn it. So we want to set a bunch of those headers, right? Origin, expose headers, and allow credentials. So we need these two, right? And we need one more. Cool. So now we just need to come up with those variables and we're good, right? What the hell is allow credentials? Keep us of time. These are the defaults. I like that. Maybe we can actually make that into... All right. You know what, chat? We're just going to make that record. We're going to make it. Default. Allow credentials. Let's see. Allow. No, just searching the same file. Like allow credentials. Okay. I think this one's all that, right? To be lowercase. Tmax age, and we can do int64 to string. Allow headers, and we can do string concat, right? Comma. Allow methods, same thing. T origin, and this will be T headers, and this will be T methods, and I think this will be bool to string, right? T credentials, and we can actually copy that because we'll use the same thing here, right? And we'll use the same thing as no, expose headers is different. So string concat T expose methods. Down in the village of dwarves. Right, looks like we have a little coarse middleware. It's not crazy complex, but you know, it does a thing. We can grow it later. So you have to pass in the exact origin that you want. Let's see. So chat saying Ryan is going to lurk. That's fine. Come back later. Mohai, what it costs making 200 to 300,000 per year working for big tech? So I think you're under the impression that everywhere, every big company pays for that, and that is not the case. Especially in places like the Nordics, let's say Sweden, right? When I joined Spotify, I already had like 8 years of experience in the industry. And I quickly went from like, you know, you usually go from, they had steps back then. And everybody starts at step like 1. And when I moved to step 2, there's step 3 and 4. That were all the steps you had, right? Step 1 is essentially you can do things on your own. Step 2 is that you can work in a team and build in a team. Step 3 is that you can work across teams, right? Or above teams. And step 4 would be like you can work at the company level, that sort of thing. It was very, very coarse. They have changed it since. But I went there, and within, I was very quickly in 2, and I was on my way to step 3, right? And I was making maybe $5,000 a month, right? $6,000 a month in Sweden, right? So if you do the math, right? Most of that money, right, is already going to contributions by the employer and things like that. And when I have to pay taxes on that, then maybe I had like 3,000, maybe let's say 4,000, right, dollars in my bank account every month, right? And that is at a big tech company, right? Obviously, things have changed since I left, because I left 6 years ago, maybe, yeah. And people that are in higher positions get paid even more, right? But in countries like the Nordics, there is a curve, right, that describes how much taxes you pay. And if you start making over, let's say, $7,000-8,000 a month, you end up paying so much more taxes that you actually end up with less money than you had when you earned less, right? That is mind-blowing to some people, right? So when I was making 6,000, right, on paper, maybe I ended up with 4. If I went from 6 to 7, I would have ended up with 3, right, in my bank account, just because of the tax difference, and so on and so forth. So this is not a country to get rich, and ergo, many tech companies don't really pay that much salary, right? It's not competitive with like US salaries. But on the other hand, you know, anything happens to me here, I have the entire Swedish healthcare and social security system to take care of me, and I am super happy for that, right? So I would say you're still paying for the things like healthcare and so on, but it's sort of automated, right, in some way. Was that your question, by the way? Because that's what I understood, but maybe that was not your question at all. Or to the work balance. You mean to like how much you work versus. So in Sweden, at least, the quality, like the work life, let's say harmony. I don't like the balance idea. I think some people, they work less, and that's as much they can work, or they want to work, and some people they work more and they like working more, right? And that's something that brings them energy and stuff like that. And I feel like if you fall in the camp of people that say, "Oh, you should not work more than 8 hours a day," right? Then maybe that's because you don't want to be working that much, and that's fine, right? As long as you acknowledge that if you work 4 hours a day, then you will get so far, and that's fine. Now, I'm not saying people need to work for free. No, never, right? But if you do enjoy what you work, then you can work as long as you want. That's fine. Like, that's your prerogative. And here in Sweden, the harmony between sort of work and life is very different if you're a native Swede, which I'm not, or you're an immigrant, which I am. When you're an immigrant, you usually come here and you don't really have like a social network, right? You don't have friends or a group of people to hang out with and stuff like that. So a lot of what you do is work. And a lot of the people I know that have immigrated here spend a lot of time working. They don't have to, right? Your average Swede is gonna clock in at like 9:30, maybe 9, right? And after taking the kids to school, and then they're gonna clock out at 4:30. Like, it's like, all right, day is done, all good, right? They take their good hour or hour and a half of lunch breaks, right? They'll take the coffee breaks in the middle of the day. It's very slow pace, right? Everything is very quiet and calm, and things get done. But if you are like me, coming from Latin America, you will think like, this is just ridiculous. It's so slow. Everything is taking ages. Everything needs to be like discussed in another meeting and stuff like that. And that's not every Swede, and that's not every Swedish company, right? But I've seen that happen over and over and over. And of course, we are a pain in the ass to the Swedes as well, because we are there and pushing and driving and want to do more things and want to get shit done faster, right? And we alter the environment that they're working in and they're used to working in, right? So from that point of view, if you clock in at 9 and clock out at 4, people are going to be okay, because that is sort of the cultural norm and the standard around here. When I joined Spotify, I was clocking in like 8:30, right? Maybe 9, sometimes a little later, like 10, and I was clocking out at like 7:30, 8 p.m., right? Because I had not much more to do during the week, right? And I liked the work I was doing, and I was excited about being at Spotify and doing the work. So I was building all sorts of shit that I thought, oh, this would be cool to have, and so on and so forth, right? I remember building one of the first Rust things I did there as an alternative to an existing Python tool that was for discovering services over DNS that was really slow. And I was excited to use Rust and learn things, so I stayed there. And you have the snacks, you have all the energy drinks. So I was drinking Nocco, which is like an energy drink from Sweden, like crazy, like 3 or 4 of those cans a day. Unhealthy for sure, right? I was much younger. I was not thinking too much. I was just like in the moment. But just like that, I've had other immigrant friends that have arrived here and said, "Oh, so this is it. This is like we're safe here, right? You don't have to constantly be worried that you're gonna get your ass fired. That you have to be like always trying to show up that you can do things, right? You can just like own your shit, be cool, do your hours, go home, be with your family, like focus on the things that you care about." So it's a very varied, like a wide range of experiences, I would say. Okay, so we got a course thing there. We're just gonna do a quick check here, going to the same place, right? We're gonna refresh, and we expect to see response headers, right? What? We have no response headers? That's crazy. What? Maybe we broke something on the TLS then. I don't get it. Why are we doing this? Why are we timing out like that? So we have a syscall timeout, and it's happening on IOML, and it's happening on TLS Unix RT here. Are we setting a different timeout than we should? So that's line 62. Read reader, and we're gonna be using the default read timeout here. Yeah. So I'm confused. So either we broke something. Yeah, okay. So we look at that. Now we have row. What the hell? Is that like an experimental feature? This looks beautiful, right? Like we're sending the right headers and everything. So I think I'm just gonna go with that, and we are gonna be serving the little server here, right? Over insecure when we test it. So this will be just HTTP, and that should be able to just load things, right? What in the fuck? SSL, okay, sorry, my bad. Static, overlay, HTTPS, HTTP. Cool, so that loads now, right? Excellent, we have the runtime available. So that means we can wait for Twitch to connect the socket to the backend, right? And that will be a different endpoint, which we don't have right now. But that's fine. We don't want a raw socket like that, right? That's too low level. What we want to be able to, oh, great song. We want to be able to do, right, is once Twitch authorizes us in an overlay, right, we will spin up a component, a Sidewinder component. Yeah, all right, let's do that. So here we will actually have the name of the ID of the user, I believe, at some point. But the interesting thing will be to do Sidewinder, right? And then we'll do spawn, and we'll pass it the ID of the component, and this will be, for example, counter, right? And we'll use the endpoint counter for that. So we will have a little bit of CSS here, and I'm considering just bringing in Bootstrap. Hear me out. Tailwind. What's happening with me? Just one in a CDN. How do I do that? Get started. Tailwind CSI, play CDN. Yeah. Dope. That's all I need. Yeah, people like, Bootstrap, what the fuck is that, man? Dark now div ID, and this will be counter, right? So if I'm not mistaken, right, when we refresh that page, nope, I'm mistaken. And that makes sense because we don't never get authorized by Twitch here, which is fine. But if we do that and refresh, then we should actually get a counter. No, why? Why don't we get a counter? Right, because we're trying to spawn the counter from the same domain we're on, and that will be Twitch, and that is not how this works, right? So we want a different function like spawn remote. So we can say use this domain, right? No victory. Okay, cool. So, what was the last one? Add course trail, excellent. And this will be commit, feed, sidewinder, right? And we'll do allow spawn remote. OCaml install, and this will be sidewinder. Spawn remote, spawn. Okay, so we have spawn remote now, URL and endpoint. And that means we can come back here and say like spawn remote, so it's going to be counter like that. So if we refresh. Oh. Oh. Oof. Ah. You see this? Y'all seeing this? This is a live, right? Sidewinder component living right in the overlay that we'll put straight on top of Twitch. Outtake. No, this is OCaml actually. In this stream, in the past, you missed it, but in the past 24 hours, right, we built live views from scratch for OCaml. First try, literally first try. Right? Y'all, I know you don't believe me, but a lot of stuff in OCaml works on the first try. I don't make the rules, that's just how it goes, okay? So now I just need to add some styling to this thing. Like bringing Tailwind here, it just like destroyed the styles. No mio destino amor. Hula il tuo nome al mio lamento eroico. This song's gonna make me cry. Okay. So, I think we just want some pizzazz here, right? So now we could get Camelbird to go in Camelbird. Oh my god. I think if we need to pick a bird, I would pick Suri. Maybe. I don't know. It's like a big ostrich, but it's from the same areas as llamas in Latin America. The llamas are technically camels, so. But llama actually is good as well. Llama stack, right? It might be hard to compete SEO-wise with like other llamas. We also have alpacas and vicuñas, which are beautiful animals. And they're also delicious. Yeah. All right, so I am fairly confident that this will work. So we're gonna do a deploy, right? Now that we have course, look, it took us like 10 minutes. Oh my god. Speaking of cores, it was like, it took us 10 minutes to fix cores. It's not working. We need to push the things, right? That's why it doesn't work. And we'll need to go Dockerfile. Classic skill issue, right? Sidewinder. Get a new version of that. And trail. Oh no! Oh no! A Brazilian harpia. Harpia. It could be a condor as well. They fly high. They're rare. But both Suri and condor, they have a deep symbolism in Andean mythology. Oh, so is the Suri and the condor. Like Suri height. I think Suris are like 1.5 meters. Well, what the fuck is this? Suri cruise? No, we don't want it. What the hell is going on? Suri animal, Latin America, Andean region. The largest bird, the Suri. Boom! In your face, Brazilian harpia. The Rea penata. It is pretty big. It is much taller than I am. Oh, look at the alpaca. It just looks like a hippie llama. You know what I mean? I've eaten Suri eggs, I think, when I was living around the area. But the Rea penata is pretty big. If we search for that, it's like a big ass dinosaur. Darwin's Rea. No, this is the lesser Rea. Really? 1 meter? No. So maybe the image I have is from when I was a child, and I remember them being really big. Oh yeah, this thing doesn't fly. This is more like a velociraptor sort of thing. Let's see. Well, let's search for the Brazilian harpia. It's an eagle. Almost. Almost. He doesn't really get there. How do I zoom in? I can't. Okay. To my area. We could call it that though. It's good. Another one I have is a condor. Andean condor. And this should be pretty big as well. The maximum wingspan is 3.5 meters, 3.3 meters. And it's like the opposite area, right? I've seen condors growing up. They're massive. You look at them in the sky and it's like scary. Damn, that's gorgeous. Look at those, like, claws. Jesus. You know, you see one of those coming at you, you're dead. Okay, I'll grant you this. The Brazilian harpia is, like, more intimidating. This is also pretty massive. Like from left to right, you can have 3 meters. That's a lot. This is a pretty big bird. Okay, so how about we do a compromise, right? I think calling it birds from Latin America is absolutely fantastic. Oh, look at that. Look at that red eye. Ready to kill. So maybe we can do Latin American bird version names. Ooh, we got deployed. So we go into Bazaar, which I think we should have it here. Yeah, here it is. This should still work. Perfect. Cool. So we can go now in here and go back to deploying safely, right? And point this to the Bazaar, right? And I think that should work. What do we have now? We have a core server. No, we don't. Let's see. Right. This should be double S like that. I'm concerned because I explicitly say everything should be allowed. Damn. I find it impressive that some of those birds actually have the strength, right? And like, let's say the power, right? To grab a prey and actually fly, right? Because it's one thing to be super light and then fly because you're super light, right? But then if you grab another thing that's like, I don't know, 40 kilos or 50 kilos or more, right? It's like, you must have so much, like, potencia. Potency? How do you say that? I don't know. Why are we not getting the... Potência. Isso. Potência em espanhol também. I am missing something here. I am getting a core server. Actually, no, I'm getting an internal server error. Right. That's good. Same shit. So the last thing we're trying to parse here is the flight trace parent request. I don't see it here though. It is. Does this correspond really to the same thing? Yeah. Sniff gets site perfect. And then we switch to one XP. We go through all the headers. I hear you. I 100% hear you. We do have a REPL, right? Like you can do utop. And of course I don't have utop here, but right? And utop does things, and you can do like A1 and whatever, and call functions and whatnot, right? You can check the modules, and it has some form of auto-completion that is not like you would expect it to be. Like it's sometimes amazing and sometimes like incredibly frustrating to use. But it doesn't really, yeah, it doesn't have something like recompile. Why not? The nice thing about UTOP, I think, is that it's really just a thin layer on top of the top level. So we could build something for Riot, right, that is closer to what we would expect from Elixir or Erlang, right? There's some things that we need to figure out in terms of recompilation and state, right? Especially when you go from one type to another, right? Like you extend a type or make it smaller or something. Even if your code compiles, that doesn't mean that the data we have in memory, right, will work with that code. Emerald. Okay, so we're not, this is not a course problem, we're just failing to parse a freaking request. And we can go into Nomad and figure out what the hell's there. Cherry does I haven't used Haskell in Anger, and especially not the REPL. What does the REPL feel like in relation to Elixir or Erlang? I cruise the valley. I own my sword, and justice for all. Wait, but does the Haskell REPL allow you to like recompile modules and do this essentially hot code reloading, right? But when you do recompile with R, what happens to the data you have, right? Hey, Scrub Sauce, how's it going? Awesome to see you in chat for the first time. Hope you're enjoying yourself over here. Sword. Right. So I think we could definitely do that, right? If you have old data, they still exist. The main issue I see, and I could be wrong, but I see is that old data that has a type, right? We can have a different type than the new version of the same type, right? Oh, so kind of you, Scrub Sauce. I don't know if I know more than you. I wouldn't say that, right? I haven't done lead code in a million years, so I don't even know if I could pass some of the interviews these days or even be able to grind the lead code. But I wish you best of luck in your interviews, and I hope you pass and you get whatever job you want. You're welcome to stay, though. We're building LiveViews in OCaml. We actually prototyped it in the last live stream, and we're now just packing it up nicely so people can just use it without a lot of trouble. Through the mountains. To ring the Lord, search for the emerald sword. Some companies have the view the more senior level IC should be tested on topics other than lead code. I think so. I think that's an expectation. It doesn't necessarily need to align with reality, right? Because there's a lot of ways of being senior at what you do, and a lot of them I feel have to do with how you scale yourself and the work that you do and the impact that you have in the organization and the business, right? And sometimes that means you become an expert in some tech that the company definitely depends on, right? Both a great OCaml and great opera show. Oh my God, no, thank you. But no, I'm not an opera singer by no means, right? I just like singing, that's all. So no good, Nick. Like sometimes a company really needs you to be like an expert on like JVMs, right? And you can't really grind the JVM lead code, but right, if you do enough reading on JVM and so on, then you become like a technical expert, right? And you can have a lot of impact that way in certain companies. And sometimes, as you say, you need to be better at people, right? Soft skills, core skills. I don't like soft skills. I like core skills, right? Listening, it's an excellent core skill for people to develop, which is a terrible one for me to practice on the stream because I cannot listen at all. It's like, I'm just talking. So this is bad, right? This is like the opposite of developing my core skills. I guess I get better at presenting stuff, but I would love if we had a way of saying, just send a clip of audio or something into the channel. And I know that doesn't scale for like Pirate Software or Prime or whatever because they have a million DGens on their chat, right? But I feel like most of the people that hang out here are super decent, except Ryan. Fuck Ryan. And also Spears. Fuck Spears. I don't know if they're here, but I get a feeling that they're watching. Okay, so that did the trick, right? When the parser needs more data, then we just request more data, and that's it. Which is very basic now that you think about it, but it wasn't so basic back then. We're gonna add a few more styles to our little overlay here, right? And we need to do them sort of in a different way. So I will have to style like that, right? Cool button, and we'll do border, and we'll do one pixel solid black, right? And we will do border radius, and we'll do 4.5 pixels, and we'll do padding. We'll do 1 rem. Nice. Look at those buttons. They look beautiful, right? Like I am the best at this thing. God, they look awful. The fuck's wrong with this padding? 1 rem, or 1.3 rem. That's not doing the thing I thought it was going to do. Why? Do I need to add more things in style? Fine. I'm going to give you an actual HTML page. If this is what you wanted, you're going to get it. You hear me? Head. I'm going to give you a body. Body. There you go, motherfucker. And we're gonna go all the way here, and we'll say body closed and close the HTML as well. Deranged. And it broke everything. What did I miss? Oh no. Body. Okay, it was just being a little slow. Tailwind, and my little shitty button there. I feel like this is just breaking my buttons. Yeah, we're in a senior CSS dev stream right now. Of course, this is how it goes, right? So we're gonna go into the counter one, right? Button, and that will be the thing that we do. And I think we actually have now, like these days, we have an actual. What is the operator? Is it an AND? I forget. Is it like up like that? CSS inherit operator. The scrub sauce, it depends. Are you using Vim already? Okay, maybe it's not as common yet. Oh, IntelliJ stuff. Yeah, that's completely fine. Honestly, whatever gets the job done. I did the switch maybe a decade ago, right? I just said, I went cold turkey from Sublime. Hey, Glitch, how's it going? The hell are you doing, man? It's so late for me. I mean, you know, it's probably not that late for you. So take that back. I take it back. Just nice to you. And I did the switch cold turkey from Sublime, I think, to Vim. And I just, like, in 2 weeks, right? I just suffered through all of it. And 2 weeks later, I was like, okay, I think I can probably start using this more, right? And the key, really, to Vim is to suffer. If you suffer through Vim, you get better at Vim. That is how it goes. There's no other way around it, right? And then maybe a year ago, I switched to Embrace Suck. Yeah, exactly. A year ago, I moved to NeoVim. And honestly, I haven't felt the difference because I still have most of my Vim config. I barely configure my tools. I try to use them as bare bones as possible. I do have some configuration, of course, right? But yeah. Always great to see Leo editing CSS. You guys are mean. Making fun of me and my CSS skills. It barely even loads. It doesn't even load anymore. Look at that. What the fuck are you talking about? Div counter. Oh my god. Fuck my life. This is why I love type systems. Was that the one? No, so maybe it's this one, right? I am sure that operator works. There you go. I told you it worked. I told you. Yes. It works. It's not the nicest button, but you know, you get what I mean. So my eye tell me that that would be a nice proportion. Unboxed AF, yeah. And we'll just do, here I will actually add some classes to this thing, right? And we'll do flex, and then I want to do flex row, and we'll do a gap of 3. Why are you not working with me? Oh, really? Like that? W full doesn't do anything for you? By the way, I just want to say I vertically centered that like no problem, right? Just saying. I am blanking. Oh yeah, but even inside that. Well, that's gonna suck. Okay, I don't know that one. What are you talking? I'm giving you styles. Just be style already, damn it. Align content. .3 RAM. Copy all declarations. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There you go. Justify items, justify content. Align content. Align content doesn't exist. I personally use Helix. I never tried NeoVim. The amount of people used to make it work scares me, but I'm loving Helix. Honestly, Neo, like, I think most people overdo their configs. And I think that because I don't think I need much, right? But if you're already in a terminal, you have so many tools, right? Like, I see people using like fuzzy searchers through files or shit like that, and it will be much faster and much nicer experience to just pop a new terminal, right? Like a new pane or whatever in Tmux or in your emulator, right? And just use ripgreph, for example, to search for things and be able to narrow down exactly to where you want to go, right? And I get it. Like, sometimes if you have a super large code base or whatever, it might be more comfortable to do that. But I mostly work with fuzzy searching through files, right? That is the thing I use all the time. And lately, just this is a new thing, right? 6 months or so, LSP, right? Maybe it's a little older because I did a lot of Rust in Vim, and having the LSP in Rust is mandatory. It's almost like using IntelliJ for Java. I do. That's the only thing. I have FCF, right? And I have it set up in 2 ways, right? The first one is an alias, like that, right? An F is an alias for FCF, right? So BF just lets me search for the thing I want to open, right? Like config. And then I open that. And that's a wrong file for some reason. That's binary. What the fuck? And from within NeoVim, right, I have that, right? It's the same thing. It's just FCF and then it opens the file. That is the only thing I do. Now, I'm not saying it's useless to have more things than that. I think there are use cases for all the tools that exist for NeoVim, right? I'm just saying I don't need them, and I think if you are using them, consider not, right? And see how that goes. Oh, my YouTube video setup will be very small. In fact, I have a lot of crap in my dot files here for Vim. Dot files. Vimrc. This is my Vimrc, and it has been the same for years. So look at this, 2016, 15, 19. There's some new stuff here, right? When I was trying to do custom color switch theming because I was on my laptop a lot, right? Look at that, 2015, I set up that. That binding has lived there, right? For what, 8 years now? 8 years of that binding? Come on. That binding has definitely paid its due, its debt. All I'm saying is just, 2022 I gave up and I moved to 100 lines. Before that, it was 81. I am slowly evolving. But as you can see, most of this is very old, right? And it's just 200 lines. Many of them are just repetitive bindings. But it's just no remaps, right? Like, setting the spelling on and off, setting the numbers on and off, right? Crap like that. So very basic shit. It's like space tab. I'm not sure what space tab is. And then I have my plugins. And I usually come through here and just disable stuff because I don't use it anymore. But for example, I have Beam Surround. I don't know why. I don't remember what this does. Color schemes. These are just some themes, right? And I have language syntax supports, right? AppleScript, Dockerfile. This just gives me syntax highlighting. Some of these suck ass. For example, the Astra one is just pathetically slow, right? I had to disable it when working on big Astra files because it just doesn't work. And then I have some new ones from NeoVim, right? So this is new. And then I have stuff that I don't use. And a comment. This is also very new. Let's see what the oldest thing is here. This feels newer. Most things. Yeah, I guess I work on this file more. Yeah. But then again, a lot of 2019 stuff, right? Just, it looks like I was doing a cleanup or something. Oh yeah, moving to bplug from something else. Point is, your editor, I don't think your editor is holding you back. That's what I'm trying to say. Default Vim is incredibly capable. It just needs a few things, and I think fuzzy searching for files is mandatory, right? And then an LSB to get hints, right? And for the languages that are boilerplate heavy, to get some destructuring and stuff like that. Yeah, just like sit down and code the thing you want to code. Don't fuck around with your editor, just build the thing. My FCF binding with leader tab. Leader is configurable, and I have it set up to comma, I think. Let's see. Yeah, my leader is comma. And okay, this binding is just absolutely fundamental. Remap Q to do nothing. So you never go into X mode. I have never needed to go into X mode. So X is like a command. It's kind of like the command mode, right? But it's just always been weird to me. So I've just disabled it and never used it. But we have someone that loves them. So Cherry loves X mode, unironically. So tell us, what do you like X mode for, and why should maybe I consider using it? Like, what am I missing out on? Okay, I think we need a little more sauce in this thing. I would like to make my background, right? Color, and we'll start with red because then I can use the color picker to get somewhere nice, right? And we'll go into some nice soft orange, right? Like that. I think we could maybe go a little lighter to get a little more, maybe just desaturate a little bit. There you go. Oh, that looks nice. And while we're here, we're gonna grab our black, right? We're just gonna grab the same orange that we have here, and we're gonna make that one a little more saturated, right? Not so much. Perfect. And I think we can just do box shadow, and that will look fine. No, we need a box shadow. Give me a box shadow. Text shadow, no. God damn it. Okay, fine. Maybe no box shadow today. So that will allow us to at least see the buttons, right? And the amount of times it got clicked and so on. So I'll just copy that. Copy all declarations. All right, you ready? We're gonna refresh the page onto each, right? We're gonna go to my extension, accept, and why isn't that loading the thing? Maybe we need to, yeah, maybe we just had a stuff cached. Again. What are you talking about? Network? Are you kidding me? Disable the cache. Yeah, just like, give me new shit. Y'all ready? Accept. Boom! So that's our component, right, in the server. And actually, just let me do one more thing here, right? We're gonna grab this thing, and I'm just gonna give it a. We're gonna do a background there on the entire thing. And we'll start with blue, which is horrible, right? That's fine. And we'll find something here that works. I think maybe we want, right now I just want something that really stands out. So I'll just go with black, right? We'll do a padding here of 1 rem. So we get something, border reduce. That'll be like 6 pixel maybe. And we'll do text white. Or color actually. And that will be just for the div, but here where buttons themselves will do color black. So if we do that, okay, that doesn't suck that much. It's bad, but it's not so bad. I just wanted to be able to clearly see things here. And ready? Woo! God damn it, I double clicked and it did the thing. Okay, but yeah, you can see it. God damn it, I keep double clicking. It's a fucking button. Let me click on the button as many times as I want. Come on, browser. All right, so that is literally a sidewinding component being loaded on top of the Twitch viewer, right? Connecting to an OCaml server running on Fly Dev, right? Running our little Riot stack with everything that we built the past couple of weeks, right? And this means that very, very soon we'll be able to actually build overlays, right, with extensions for Twitch in OCaml that will do all sorts of magic, weird, quirky, awesome things, right? And we can do some cool interactions with people. Yeah, first try. First try, right? Somebody clip that, please. Because I can only clip 30 seconds, but you can clip a whole minute. All right. Elixir, we're coming for you. Nobody clip, right? Yeah. I knew it. If I don't clip it myself. Damn, there's so much stuff being transferred. Look at the bytes. It's like a megabyte a second. Ryan is sad with too much OCaml. Yeah. So that's it, right? Like we have a live component here. We have a Sidewinder component here, right? Served straight from the backend. And he's running as an overlay on top of Twitch. And we can build all sorts of amazing things. Whew. That was fun. What should we build next? So I am thinking of building, we can build tiny games with this as well. Like, for example, if, let's say we have a widget like this, right, somewhere on screen, and it's maybe even draggable. I think that would be a good idea to be able to drag it so people can just move it around and not be bothered by it, right? And you could have like a lock. So if you press the lock, right, then you have locked the thing for you for a little bit, a few seconds, right? Oh, hey, Cake Peaser, thanks for the follow, right? And then in 10 seconds, it's going to be available for anyone else to claim, right? And then you can click it again, right, in 10 seconds, and then you sort of claim it again. And then we count up the time that you have. So you can sort of be on a leaderboard of who's held, right, the lock the longest. And I think that would be a super dumb thing to build, but it might be fun. ETS for OCaml, we have it already. We already did that. I mean, it's not the entire ETS, right? But we have something that to that effect. We called it store, I think, or key value store. Yeah. This is it. This is all it took to build the basic one, right? You spin it up as a service. You have a get and a put, and you put a key, and you can use the key to get the value out, right? And you can either start it within your own process, right? Or you can add it to a supervisor as well. Okay, so maybe we should do something more like... Let me try something. Let's see how far we can push the little Twitch authorization API thing, right? Because I would like to, for example, grab my avatar, right? And show it on screen, right? So if I can do that, then I can send my avatar to the backend and say, hey, here's a user that just joined, right? And that means we can get avatars, right, on screen of people that are on screen, right? That would be a small thing to do to add. We could even have it running on the screen, like on the stream for, you know, for shits and giggles. I realize I have a little, like, maybe I don't. No, I don't. Never mind. I thought I had like a little dark lines on the left and right of the screen. Hey, Olavo. So let's see what we can learn about the Twitch extension API here. We want to, so we have the unauthorized callback here, right? Let's see. If a user is logged into Twitch, you will get an opaque user ID. This allows you to uniquely identify the user across sessions even before knowing who they are, but does not disclose their identity. Love it. I mean, this is still, from a GDPR standpoint, that is still personal information, but if the user is not logged into Twitch, you will get a user ID with an A. Okay, that's fine. I want more. I want more. More. I can't go any lower than that. I want more. More. No, too low. Should it down increase? I think we would, right? I'm not sure exactly what we would want there. I'm also thinking of loosening the model a little bit, so you don't really get like an action. You just get a message. So then any message from any process in the application can send you, like any process can send you messages, right? And but we would definitely have some commands, I guess, like render. No, I guess render that will happen on every state change. I don't know. What commands what do you want? Like, what do you want to add? Okay, on 0489, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your time over here, and you're welcome to chat anytime. Monetization, no. Google Analytics, no. Increased feedback. Reference. That was the thing. And we have Helix token. That's excellent. I want to see the user. It's way too late. So I guess the question here would be, how do we, right, actually call the API? We have a Helix token, and I guess we can do Twitch API now. And I want maybe authentication, right? What the hell pops up? Oh, OCaml is a general purpose programming language, right? He's been built. He started 1,000,000 years ago. I guess Muller's ML will be the starting point, right? This is like 73, so a long ass time ago, right? And OCaml is like the most prominent of the family of MLs. And the gist is that you can make safer programs, right? When you have a type system that sort of forbids programs that will crash. That is the gist, right? On the other hand, you have something like Erlang that says, hey, you can make safer programs by acknowledging that programs crash and just restarting them, right? And it works. Like, both paths are excellent, right? And they combine very well as well. But they're also very different from each other. That's kind of like the gist. The pros and cons. It's hard to say, man, because like when you say what are the pros and cons of like Java, go ahead, tell me one of each, one pro and one con, right? So maybe I get an idea of what do you mean by that. Okay. I think any language can be slow multi-threaded. Like, you can write slow multi-threaded C code, right? So I would argue that it's not a cons of the language, it's a cons of the people writing that. Because on the one hand, you could say like C is like super fast at multi-threaded programming, right? And on the other hand, you could say C is excellent for shooting yourself in the foot with multi-threaded programming, right? And both of those are, one of them is both a pro and a con. I don't think Python by itself is slow. I think most people do things in Python that are slow. Obviously, there's so much, like if you compare the assembly instructions for adding two things in Python versus C, in C you can make it down to one, right? An add instruction, for example. But you can do a lot of things in Python to get really close to the speed of C, right? especially when it comes to like operating over large collections of numbers or things like that, which not a lot of people do, right? But for example, NumPy, right, has a sum function that if you give it a list of things or an array of things, right, that is not marked with the array constructor, will be orders of magnitude slower. So in the same sense, right, OCaml is also a garbage collected language. It's much higher level than C, so it's closer to Python in a lot of ways, right, as a language. From looking from far, and yet you can write OCaml that is just crazy fast, right? Yeah, but that's the point, right? Neo-Angelism says isn't much of NumPy written in C though. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like most of these languages that we love, they have a C runtime. They have something down in C that actually makes them run, right? The Erlang virtual machine is written in C, right? I'd say OCaml is a language, like a pro of OCaml, right, is that it makes it easy, very, very easy to write programs that have like a very predictable runtime profile. So they can be very, very fast, and it's easy to understand where things are going to allocate. And actually, maybe I take that one back. But it's easy to understand how the GC will run, for example. Because you can use OCaml literally everywhere, right? You can even embed it in other languages, you can embed OCaml in C, right? It's definitely doable. You can use it on the web with JavaScript. There's even 2 compilers for that. So we have one compiler that translates to idiomatic JavaScript, and the other one that translates to... We don't talk about that one. But that one is now giving us support for WebAssembly as well. You wish you could go straight to Python of OCaml from OCaml, yeah. Well, there is not... I wish I could go straight to Python or OCaml. So what are you... Oh, you're saying... Sorry, I forgot the message. I have so much to learn. I'm still a beginner. Wish I could go straight to Python or OCaml. T just saying OCaml is just easier Python. I was like searching for the Dan there. It's like, it's not there. Okay. So I'm not reading that. It's just my brain inserting it. Dope. Did you see we actually got an extension overlay running here that is using a Sidewinder component. So this is state driven from the backend and everything. We're going to get more Twitch data now. I know, right? Yeah, we move fast here. We're going to get some data from the Twitch API now to get the avatars of people in chat, right? At least the ones that have the extension. We'll see how that works, and maybe just, drop the avatars around or something. It's going to be fun. So I'm doing the single player version, and then we'll use the channel manager that I share with you, Teach, and to try and hook up all the clients together and see how that works. Why do I see ads on my own stream? This makes no sense. Cool. Happy to see you happy. Are you going to stream today? Okay, so let's go back to the... It's a humble beginning. I was told to live in my own time when studying. So, what's your situation right now? You're studying? And what are you studying? I guess something with computers, but I would like not to assume. Cool. Learning with Free Code Camp, starting technician dev course tomorrow, technical school. Dope. That's great. I think at this stage, the best thing you can do is just to code. Code as much as you can. Code until you have no clue what's happening, right? And your eyes just like fall out of your head. Code, 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 code. You wanna write as much code as you can. You wanna read as much code as you can. You wanna get as familiar as you can with the practice of writing and reading code, right? Because the more you do that, the easier it will be for you to pick up new things, right? See patterns across things, right? And I personally would say don't spend time on things like super customizing your editor and things like that, right? You can still and you should own your tools, so do whatever you need to feel like you own them, right? But keep in mind that there are diminishing returns at some point. Your mentor does. But do you know how to make it? Even if you haven't done it, would you be able to make your NeoVim config on your own? Because it is the knowing that is more important than the having done. Right. No worries. Everybody gotta start somewhere. Even if you use VS Code, right? People still customize the shit out of VS Code. They add all sorts of extensions, right? They add, like change profile coloring and font sizes and all these things, right? Yeah. I like to say something that every time I've said it, there's been at least one person that's been like, how would you say something like that? And what I say is that you code with your hands on the keyboard, both of them, both hands on the fucking keyboard, right? And a lot of people get mad at that because they like clicking around. I don't think that's right. But I also know a lot of programmers that do great stuff, right? With one hand on the mouse. But hands on the keyboard, yeah, that's what I like. Okay, so we have this thing there, and okay, we want to use the Helix token, right, to authenticate yourself and call the API. Let's see how the fuck that happens. I'm trying to live up to the profanity warnings on the chat pops up. Let's just bring that over here. How does this work? Authentication. I have a Helix token. Helix. There's no mention whatsoever. What the fuck is a Helix token? Okay. So we have a token and we should be able to get something out of that using authorization extension. That's fine. Damn. Hey, Hand Sandwich. 3 or 4. Thanks for the follow. Okay, let's see. I want to get... Oh, quick extent. We have a tutorial for this that is different than the one I'm following. Get users. Right, that's what I want. All right, I forget the API has a reference section. I don't beatbox. No, not at all. God, that would be terrible. So, I guess a problem here is that I don't know who the user is, right? I have a token. I kind of want a me endpoint, right? Like give me my own profile. All right, maybe it's this one. You may look up users using their ID, login ID, or both, but a sum total of the number may, for example, you may specify. Okay. Oh, perfect. If you don't specify IDs or login names, the request returns information about the user in the access token. If you specify an access token, that's dope. We can do that. So I'm imagining that there is an API somewhere for doing this stuff, but I don't care. So function get user, right? And we'll do a token here. And this will be a sync function, right? So we'll do fetch there. And what else do we need? We don't want IDs or anything, but we want to pass in authorization, right, in a header. So Forbidden. Why is it forbidden? I guess I also need the client ID, right? Like this, the terminal. So just for reference, this is my default kitty, right? And oh, actually, it's not even looking the way I like it to look. Wait. And I want to disable ligatures. Never. What the hell happened? I want, where's my, oh fuck, I forget the name of this thing. Draw minimal borders, no, margin, frame, hide window decoration. It should be hidden. Let's see. But it's not. Why is it not hidden? Do I need to close everything and open Kitty again? Yeah. Okay. There we go. What? Oh no, what did I do? Y'all, I think I fucked things bad. No, we're good. Okay. Oh, this is so much better. I even love that there is a little bit of transparency in the thing. Rip path, yeah, exactly. You know, I have my stuff there, I think. Yeah, I do. But why don't I have Exa or Tmux? I think I may need to do the rebuild stuff. Oh yeah. Sorry. What? Oh my god, no. Okay, thank god I'm just building shit on the Linux machine. What the fuck? Why does this happen? Stupid Nix. Stupid Nix. Well, this is what I get for listening to chat. So, I know I have the stuff there still, right? Tmux. Right? Like Tmux is here, and I could call attach like that. Or I forget how to do the attachment. Yeah, like that, right? We're backing the same thing. But the problem is that this the shell that I'm in, which is CSH, right, is maybe not loading my CSH RC. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, cat. No, I want to go into beancat, right? Oh, that's an old commit message. Okay, I'll fix that later. Right now, I'm still back here, right? And everything works here just fine. So I was saying I use Kitty and I have a few things changed there, like just removing the borders and some opacity because it just looks a little nicer. This is new though. This is definitely after I started streaming more heavily. And then my terminal is just using the default colors from Kitty. My prompt is a semicolon. That's it. I feel like I maybe should do something about that, like recording it or something. So I am gonna need to just put my client ID in the client, right? So that's gonna be just safe to share, I think, because I'm gonna have to put it there anyways. So and if it's not, then rip. Status 400. Okay, we got a different one now. Bad request. Okay, if we don't use a user access token, then we need to pass in a parameter, right? So the question is, how do I exchange, right, my the Helix token for a user access token? Twitch API endpoints that support user X token do not require scopes are accessible with these. So get user should work. Maybe I just need to use the get user and I need to pass in the thing we had before here, which was, I forget, this one. Oh, that worked! Woo! Excellent! So I get a thingy and I can do the Dan, right? And then response, and we'll do rest of JSON, right? So we get the JSON out of that immediately. Refresh. Hey, Dylan. Not quite. I ended up doing something different thanks to that. So essentially, if I go back to the terminal here, in Trail, we do this little thing. No, in Sidewinder, Dune, where we use emit, right, to sort of compile the thing just normally. And then we have a rule, right, that depends on the specific file that we create to generate a module. And I'm just using OCaml Crunch, right, to pack that file into a module. The main reason is that the thing that Andrew was doing works until you want to deploy the app, right? And if you want to deploy the app, then you have to figure out how to put the right files in like the share folders and shit like that. And I don't want to think about that. I just want to say like, here's my app, right? It's self-contained. And then I just put that in a Docker container and I'm good, right? So using OCaml Crunch lets me do this because the contents of the runtime are actually inside of OCaml. It's just a string, right? So I can serve that directly from memory. This is, more portable. It has drawbacks, right? Like you cannot swap it out or things like that, but it seemed like a good compromise to just keep moving. And now we actually have the user data of the Twitch user that has loaded the extension, right? I don't know if you missed it. I think you missed this, Dylan, but we have the Sidewinder component, right, running on Twitch on an overlay. I think this is working. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it is working. Sometimes I double click and it goes into full screen, but yeah. And we're just trying to get now user info, so we can, do something with that. Like send the user info into the bazaar thingy, so we know who's available. But also do a little bit of front end nonsense and just like show the image, maybe like somewhere on screen. I know, right? It's super cool. And I imagine a million things we can do. Like you can have the faces order left to right, right? And going upwards or maybe downwards here, right? So it doesn't get on the camera, but it still is fun. And based on amount of time they've been watching, because we can track, like we can literally track, like okay, if you're using the extension, then we know that you're online, right? And the more you watch, right, or the more you engage or whatever, then it moves just like upwards. You get more, I don't know, engagement points or whatever. Or we can make games like this. And we were thinking of a game where you can hold a lock, right? And then every 10 seconds the hold releases, and then anybody can lock it again. And the more you hold the lock, the more points you get. Like it's just, it's more of a toy than a game, really, I think. But yeah. Chat, if you have any other thoughts of what we could build, I am open ears. Like, Because I'm just trying to get some data here, and once we get the data, then we want to do something with that, right? But I think Bad Cop is really going to dig this, yeah. Okay, dope. So that's the image, right? So I'm gonna do a horrible thing here, and we'll just say avatars, right? Or users. Maybe you want to do a new set actually. And once we get a current user, we'll go to users and we'll do push users, current user. I don't remember if that's the API for sets, but we're gonna find out the wrong way. I think it's add, right? Yeah. Cool. Oh, nice! Friday we're going hard on Riot and Meaty all day. Yeah, for the birthday. Absolutely, that's gonna be amazing. When is it? Is it like Friday or Saturday? It was the 3rd or the 2nd? 2nd. So tomorrow. I guess it's still Wednesday for you, but over here is Thursday. So I think I need to refresh. What? But I defined it. I wonder if that's happening because this is a script type module. And maybe I just need to do that here. Okay, sorry, I need to first load the extension. And that's still undefined. Oh, okay, my bad. This is because we are in, yeah, we need to go into the actual extension frame. No worries, I'm probably gonna be here. Not much to do this time of the night here in Sweden, and my sleep is all inside, like inside out and upside down. I just wish I didn't have so much garbage here, but I think this is the right one. If I go there, no. This one maybe? Warrior. What about that one? Must be free. Video relay. That's me. There you go. Okay, perfect. So we do have bazaar.users, which is great. Bazaar. And let's do something dumb here. Physics-based. A box2d maybe. We want to get some examples really. I just want examples. Oh, can you imagine if you log in and you enable the extension, right, and you get a tiny platformer with your avatar, right, for your face or something, and you can like jump and move around or whatever, and the enemies are other people in chat, like their avatars. Beam. Warrior. Yeah, it's like a Twitch battle royale, literally. My and this is how we become game developers, going all the way here. It's like, and we just start making tiny shitty games for Twitch. I am marveled that Boxers D does not have like a broad collection of examples. Test bed. Oh, maybe it's Box.js. Isn't it called Box2D.js, maybe? Is this the thing? JS, physics, Matter.js. All right, I dig this. I guess we're going Matter.js. No, just show me. I want to see the things. Hey, DocLog17, how's it going? There we go. That's the stuff. Okay, so here's the idea, right? We're going to grab a demo like this one, and we're going to put, instead of the random shape, right, it's going to be people's avatars. Just piling up there, right? How does that sound? Sounds cool? Anybody have other ideas? More than happy to entertain any weird idea, to be honest. Ball pool. I think this one is even better. I mean, it's the same, right? Literally. But ball pool. Bridge. Make them bouncier. Catapult. Oh, that sounds like an excellent raid animation, right? All of the faces of everybody that's coming into the raid, right? And then it's like collision filtering, composite manipulation. Whoa. Concave. Damn. Constraints. Friction. Gotta love that. Raycasting. I'm not sure what the... Oh yeah, it's showing you the collision points. Excellent. Round camera. Sensors. Whoa. Slingshot. Angry camels, baby. You know it. Ah, almost. No. I feel like I could lose an entire afternoon to that. Stack. Damn. I hope he's not gonna crash. Twitch. Wrecking Ball. Air friction. Avalanche. Okay, so I like from the air friction, I like how this is dropping, right? So we could start with something like that. Just like every time we add a new user, we add them and we set them to be far up the screen, right? And then they fall. And then as the users fall, they will naturally sort of do that sort of, you know, piling up thing. Sounds good? Grabbing the code. Example, friction. We have a couple of things here. I don't really know how this should work, to be honest. Because I got a canvas and whatnot. I know that we have a function called air friction, and then we call that. So there should be like an index maybe somewhere in here. Index. Okay, that's just re-exporting things. How does the example work? Is there an index file? HTML file? Okay, we gotta find out. So we want this, right? Roughly speaking. There. We create an engine, a render element. We're not what? Document body. No, we want to render that somewhere else, right? We're probably gonna just say div, right, class, and this will be fixed, full, h full, right? And I think that's gonna be our canvas. And yeah, perfect. So these falling blocks, right? We added walls, which I love. We're gonna give them there, perfect. And then we need the bodies, right? So bodies, we'll just start by going and saying bazaar, right? Users, and we want to turn that into an array. So I think the right way will be to do that, array, right? And then we'll do a map. No, wait. Composite add world. I think, okay, I'm gonna leave this 3 right now there. but it is the world that we want to add to later, right? So we can define a function here, maybe, right? Like, for example, bazaar add user, right? Oh yeah, 100%. It's like a function. And we'll get a user here, right? And we will do composite add. Or we can do on add user. Wait for my turn. Of the stars, land of immortals, you must belong to me. Eternity. Master.js CDN. Let's see if we can get it from a CDN. We can. Lovely. Copy. All right, so this should be doing something now, right? She's probably terrible, but we'll see. Oh wait, sorry. I probably want to take the canvas, which is if I, oh my god, I need to go all the way into the iframe, right? Here. No, the canvas is full screen. So maybe we need to do something more, right? God, this is returning. What the fuck are we returning this for, right? So bazaar engine, we'll just do that. And we'll save that there. Hey Ryan, we are about to revolutionize Twitch forever. Land of immortal, you must belong to me. Eternity. Okay, I think maybe what we're missing is a stepping function or something. Ba-da-na-bam. Da-da-da-dum-dum. Down. I know the valley. You open the gates. I hold my sword and justice for all. Finally happened. In the land of the glory. Runner create, runner run. So what do we have here? We have our renderer. We have runner run in runner engine. And we have runner run renderer, right? So oh right, body. So it's same shit. Holy dragons, keepers of time. 0, 0, as long as the width, that's fine. 0, 600, right? Defaults. Okay, so I need to figure out this coordinate system because there's something strange about it. Like, see what I mean? Like, I'm using just the width to define, like, the maximum place where it could go. But this thing is clearly going somewhere, right? So the first wall, I can't remove everything else. The first wall, I think, makes sense there, right? It starts at 0, 0, and then it goes up to, and I can maybe move this by 10 or 20 just to see how far it goes. So if I move it by 10, then it almost looks like there's a margin on the world, right? I don't get why. Like, I would expect 0, right? To be that, to be the thing. So maybe this is saying this grows in both directions, right? So from the center grows outwards, which makes some sense. So all right, so now that we have that one, we want to put a floor, and the floor would be at the same x, but the height, like the position y, would be the height of the screen, right? And then I think we can start with that. And then it disappears. But if we do minus 20, which is the width of this thing, then I would expect it to actually pop back up, right? And it's not there, right? And why is it not there? That's confusing to me. So if we do console log, right, height, just to see how much that height is. It is 14425, right? I looked into inner height, but it seemed to be derived from the visual viewport. I haven't tried it though, so we can do that. Maybe this will be it. And you refresh. It's about the same number. 1425. Which, I'm not saying the number is wrong. I'm just saying I don't understand how that behaves, right? Because I have the height there, right? Which would be that much of the y-axis, right? And I'm centering that. Yeah, it feels strange, right? Like it's almost if I'm missing something about the coordinate system. So maybe it's negative. Like 0, 0 is top left of the screen, clearly. Now the question is, which direction does this go? Minus 300, do we see anything, right? Minus 700 or 800? No. If we do plus 800, right? What? Where the fuck is that? Do we have the caches disabled? So we should be updating that. Maybe we'll just do something easier and just say like, all right, so width and height are going to be 1, right? 1.0. And we'll just treat that as a, essentially, let's see if that works. I would like, so Okay, we're gonna read up on that. Close all the shit. Matter.js docs. Really, just take me to the fucking docs, please. Thank you very much. Engine, bodies, composites. Let's see engine. We have some options here. Properties options. Perfect. Thank you very much. Gravity scale, Gravity X plugins. World. No. I want to see width. Where's that? No search. Thank you. Oh, sorry. This is the renderer. Bounds. Oh, this is the canvas size. Okay, so it makes sense for us to have that, right? The view and the width, since the canvas is going to be essentially occupying all of the height. I think that's going to blow up on Twitch, but whatever. This allows for creating views that can pan. Perfect. That is beautiful. Has bound. You must also set has bounds to true to enable bounded rendering. So this is what we want. We want to set some bounds, right? I think we can actually swap these around and just do canvas, right? So if we don't have a width an option there, we can actually get the canvas and we can tell it to just be width 100%, right? And height 100%, right? And I think that might actually fix one thing or two. But all right, we can close that. Okay, cool. So the canvas is definitely 100%, which is great. What? It replaced the width and the height. No, don't do that. So maybe we want to get the size of the canvas. Yeah, I can live with that. So the reason we cannot use window here, I think, is that we're not going to be in the window itself. We're going to be like 4 iframes down, right? So I'm trying to find a way of using the canvas, right, as a source of truth for this thing. 100 what? 100? Oh, this is actually getting the attribute, not the computed width. Well, that sucks. DOM element get computed height or rendered height. Get bounding client rect. I dig that. Okay, we're getting there again, and that should work fine, right? If we like add or remove more things. Okay. The system of coordinates is weird. I don't get it. We're probably doing something really dumb here. It's yeah. These APIs, mine are strange. Element engine. We have an engine. We have mouse. Show my position options. Options to the renderer. Let's see examples. We don't see any there. Background, and we'll say transparent. That is not very transparent. Holy. A CSS background color string to use when wireframes is disabled. Do I need to disable wireframes? False. Oh. That's neat. I don't know what that thing is over there, but cut you. So there is something. No, okay, never mind. Oops. Yeah. It blew up. Mysterious black square. Has bounce. I think we want to use the bounce. Let's try that. Body show bounce. Okay. God damn it. Village of Dwarves. Okay, so we go back now to the bounds, right? What are bounds? Method for creating axis aligned bounding boxes. creates a new axis-aligned bounding box for the given vertices. Let's see, usage maybe. Not much. So I guess this is just a box, right? Axis aligned bounding box, AABB. So I wonder if that's what we want, right? We could create a matter bounds object to just have everything within that. It's kind of annoying. Village of Dwarves. The mysterious black square. Why the hell is that there? Are we calling a new user? Is that what's happening? No. What is this? I remember now what that is. Haha. Okay, so we're gonna remove that for now because we're not gonna be using that specifically. There we go. That should be better. We know what it is, we fix it. Cool. So, more code here, right? Create a mouse, stiffness 2, visible false. We have the follow block, we have that thing. So what I'm confused is why if we use like 100, right? This doesn't show like immediately above. And it does, okay. So 500, right? That makes sense, right? And if we have one at height, minus the height of this thing, then that should be at the bottom, right? It should just be like right there. But height actually is much higher, much bigger. So the scale at which this is operating, right, it is very different than the viewport size. And that's sort of what's concerning me. Because we have a really big canvas, right? But the units within the canvas are not pixels, and that is fine, right? I think that makes sense. I would love it if the vertical end of the canvas, right, was 1. So it goes from 0 to 1, right? Because then I can scale that. Let's see where we create a world. We just create an engine and we just like hope for the best. Okay, so my guess is that the engine itself, right, has some configurations for this. Create engine, property options, good. Detector, gravity scale, no, plugin, position, timing, blah, 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 timing, timestamp, world. A root composite instance that will contain all bodies. Broad face, grid. Okay, so what's a world? It's a composite. What's a composite? Container that represent complex objects made of multiple parts. Makes sense. Okay, so I wonder what is the bounds, right, of the world, and can we create? I think we can create an engine with a specific world, right? So we could potentially come here and try to do a mapping, right, from pixels to units within the canvas. So instead of doing that, right, we would pass in an actual world that we create. Also, what the fuck is with the vars? We want to do matter composite, right? Matter composite, create, and what are the options here? We want bodies, no bodies, constraints, composites, is modified, parent, plugin, type. Okay, so before we do that, I'm gonna actually print out, right, the world, and we're gonna see what the hell the world has inside, because maybe we just need to tweak some stuff in there, right? So world is a composite, and he has gravity in direction 1, perfect, constraints. Mouse as cache, composites, plugins. It doesn't have a jack. It just has a couple of rectangular bodies. Why is there 4 bodies? There should be 4 bodies. Yeah, that's fine. I knew that. That's okay. Okay, so the body itself doesn't really constrain the world. Neither does the gravity. Let's see. Events, label, composite. Come back to getting started. Tutorials, maybe. Whoa. References. Pixel ratio. I think that should be 1 already, right? What happens if I do... Nope, nothing. So matter.js, scale of the world versus canvas. Let's see what the internet has to say about it. Ba-ba-da-ba. Yeah, that makes sense. So we're gonna normalize the heights, the positions, right? So we'll do X and we'll do Y here. So when you do 0, it's 0, right? And here we would do height, right? And we want, we want 1 or 100%, right? That's too much. Yeah, we want actually width and height here, right? I actually want to up. What do you mean height is not defined? This makes no sense. So what, 3 is the limit here? Four? Why? Why is that the scale that we have here? 4, 5? I think that's too much already, right? 4, 3. I am so confused. Like, how could it be that between 0 and 42, right, 0.42, are visible heights? Like, the visible height of this thing is that, right? So either a pixel is a lot bigger, and I think it is, right, than what this thing is making it look like, or we're missing some other fit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am so mad at this. That was that. Wesley MP, what do you recommend for background jobs in OCaml? Depends. The Seal framework actually has a queue that you can use for these sort of things. So if you're okay bringing in a bunch of dependencies, then this should do the trick. Other than that, I think there's not a lot of like plug and play, easy to use things. We can search in OCaml as well, right? Background jobs. So you can see not a lot. There are some things here. The Robur team is usually putting out really good shit, but this is for shell jobs. O cluster, I don't know. I can tell you though that writing background jobs, right, has been something that's been at the back of my head. And in fact, in a very early stream, we started writing something called Mule, which is, I haven't even published the draft that we have there. So there will be, like, we will be publishing a background jobs library for Riot that will, of course, use OCaml. But it's not anytime soon. Sorry about that. If you're okay writing something quickly on your own, I can definitely recommend you to have a look at Oban. I don't know if you read Elixir. If you do, then this is a good one to have a look at. If you don't read Elixir but read Ruby, then the implementation of Sidekick is also pretty nice. You can have a look here. But the gist is that both of these libraries, right, they essentially do background jobs through a database, right? There is a type for a job, and then it maps directly to a database record. So when you create a new job, it just creates a record in the database. And then you have a separate thing that runs concurrently or parallelly, right, that reads from that database and within the same transaction, right, tries to finish the job, right? And if it finishes successfully, then it marks the job as completed, right? And if the transaction fails, then it doesn't, it marks it as errored, and then it moves on to another job or retries, right? That sort of thing. But yeah, I definitely understand the pain of having to build something like that from scratch, especially if you just want to just like do this one tiny job out there, right? Better now. No worries. Now this is hilarious because the viewport, right, the height is nowhere close to the width that I'm using here, right? I am saying, hey, use the width, and this will be the same width as the thing, right? So maybe we do want the renderer to look at something, and we'll say width and height. No, that's fine. That's what we have right now. Okay, we'll keep it there. Explicit is better than implicit sometimes, I guess. Oban can also use SQLite3 now. Awesome. Why is it not longer though? Why does it have to be twice the width? And now we can do the ones that are 0, 0, right? And 20 height. So okay, so that means we have a little box there. We can actually do wall size, right? Well, if you're into OCaml, there's like a couple of paths you can take, right? You can go down the like traditional OCaml path of using essentially single-threaded OCaml 4 or 5 even, right? with LWT. So this is promises, right? And it's not the, like if you're coming from Elixir, this will feel maybe strange, but it will feel more like JavaScript, right? Where you have promises and you pipe them and you sort of bind them and stuff like that. This library though, LWT, which is the one that's most popular, right? Most libraries you have support for this. It's kind of wonky, like in the UX or DX, right? But it works excellently. Like literally, OCaml 4 has been built on LWT, right? Lightweight threads. Now, on the other side, right, you can write OCaml 5 and go multi-core. And we have a couple of options here. And one of them is EIO, right? Which is, let's see if we can find some examples here, right? Is sort of like a multi-threaded library with fibers, right? Where you have a fiber and these are like tiny functions that you can run in parallel and do things like that, right? The DX of this library is questionable, but as a runtime for OCaml 5, it is just amazingly powerful, right? It is very well done. It is super fast, really good stuff, right? Here's an example where you're like, you're gonna run the main runtime, run a switch, right, and fork some fibers and do some work in the fibers, right, and then sort of eventually the fibers run, as you can see here, concurrently, right? I1, J1, I2, J2, and so on. So this is really fast, really, really fast. Here's maybe an example of like running a little backend for a network and so on. Anyways, if you feel like this is too much and you don't want to do multi-threading like that, right? You also have another library called Robur, it's called Meow from RoburCop, which is a very simple, a very efficient scheduler as well. It works more like, branching off tiny programs that merge together later on. I really like it. It's pretty cool. Now, the thing we're building on this stream, right, since you're a first-time chatter, maybe you don't know, is Riot. And Riot is an actor model scheduler for OCaml 5. So if you want to get into OCaml, right, and you already know Elixir, already know Erlang, you're going to feel right at home here. Because Riot lets you build programs with Erlang-style concurrency. So you can call spawn, right, and you get a process, and that process has a receive function to get messages, right? And we've implemented things like lightweight processes, so you can have tens of thousands of them, right? Very fast type-safe message passing. We have process links and monitors. We have supervisors. We even have a gen server that it's not entirely there, but it's getting close, right? And we have a lot of things. And on this stream, we've been building this entire stack with things like Atacama, socket pools, Nomad, HTTP, and WebSocket support, Trail, which is like plug. And very recently, like within the last 24 hours, we built a little, we built LiveViews for OCaml. So this thing you see here right now is 4 different LiveView components mounted separately, right? With state in the backend that is sort of updated via WebSockets. And yeah, this is sort of the tour. I think if you're coming from Erlang or Elixir and you just want more types, you want to try a little bit more functional like programming, then forget about that. If you just want to use all the knowledge you already have, right, but also write OCaml, then Riot is kind of a no-brainer, right? If you want to explore different ways of building software, then EIO, Meow, or LWT are just excellent options for you to do that. Whew, that was a pitch. Somebody clip that, please. I can do that. Clips can be up to 1 minute. Well, then make 5 clips, man. Why do I make you mod for? Just, okay, Ryan, okay? Not a wish to for angels. Bad Ryan, behave, man. Halfway through the Riot page, damn. Oh my god. No, I need the walls to be really thick. I need this thing to bounce. Or like die there. Yeet! Where did we put the gravity? Was in the engine gravity? Yeah, gravity dot scale. Default is, oh my god, really low. And I think that gravity will be too much. Yeah, that was a lot. The swift art of trying shit. Okay, so how do we make things bouncy? Bounce, bounce. Is there a bounciness property to make it more bouncy? Examples. Gallery. Phaser? What's this? Oh, games! Oh, that's so cool! Oh no, I'm gonna end up making a game, aren't I? Help! 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 Okay, so now we can add like a bunch of this, right? The dragon flame. So how many other shapes do we have? Bodies. Let's see. Shapes. We got circle. We got polygon. We got trapezoid. We have like those only? Oh my god, not that many. What to do? Rise! Rise! So we can do okay, cool. So now let's, I need to put a texture in that thing. So how do we do that? Render sprites. Okay, so maybe it's sprites there. Fun! Woo! Yeet! Body rectangle options. And we have some options there. Static. Oh, this is the world. This is the walls. So we do a rectangle, we do render, stroke style, and then we do a sprite. Okay, yeah, I can borrow that. I can borrow that. Okay, so we'll do a new function here, and we're going to call it box, right? Or a shape even, right? And then we'll have size, right? And then we'll have texture, right? And we want to do something, no, what the fuck is that? This, right? So we'll do rectangle or whatever, and we want to take an X and a Y, right? So X, Y, right? And we'll do size in both places. Friction is fine there, right? And we want to do render, stroke style, or whatever. Cool, and the texture will be that, right? And that's what we will return. So we can I think I'm missing a parts there. So when I get well, I can probably just add those things here, right? And just replace all of that by shape. I'm sure we have it somewhere here. It will come back eventually. I know. It's almost here. There you go. Now I can close a million things. I don't know in what order, but I'll just close them. That was not the order I wanted. Matter.js. Matter.js. There we go. Documentation. Perfect. Stupid box. That's not what I want. Too big. Too big. I want the thing to be box size, right? Why is the texture so large? Yeet! Ah, it's gonna be fun. And so we had a body, right? And we wanted to get the options of this thing. And we have sprite. And we want to get the scale, right? So we want this thing to actually fit. Render fill style. So Y scale, let's try and half that. Even less. Right. And show bounds. Just checking that that thing was rendered. Canvas bound? Oh, bounds. Oh wow, the DOM rect is just fucked. Okay, so we're gonna do document add event listener like, and then DOM document ready. What's the name for it? MDN DOM document loaded event. Content loaded. And we get some bounds here. Do we get bounds? Well, that is running, so the bounds should be somewhere here, right? And there's still nothing. How? Why? We have the document loaded entirely, right? So this should run like after everything else is run. Bounding client rect. Why are we not able to do that? So temp1 get bounding rect, right? And that has the stuff there. Wait, this is breaking here? How different though? It's in an iframe. Like we're iframe inside of iframe inside of iframe. Pretty deep. Okay, so this is window load, right? It's not document load. We'll try that. Ho ho! All right, not so terrible, right? The scale is garbage, but so now we just want to undo some of the stuff I have here, like background transparent, right? And when we create walls, we probably want to tell it the walls to be transparent as well. What I don't understand is why the scale is so different there, right? Oh, look at that! It is a me! Nice. Yeah, and if you do that, he gets destroyed. But I think we can recreate the entire engine at that point. He should be fine. So if you do it on a larger canvas, then it looks better, I think. So now we're going to do something, right? We're going to remove myself from there, or maybe I will always be there. At least one of me, right? And if this works fine, then that means the moment I log in, right, there will be another user of mine in there. There we go. That's the second one. So Ryan, I think you should be able to try this extension, right? And you should see your avatar there. No, wait, that's not gonna work because you don't have the sources or anything. Okay, almost there, almost there. Especially now that we have static asset serving, right, in Trail, it is just so easy to. Yeah, if you look at your network tab, you're trying to access my machine, so localhost. So it's not, yeah, it's not doing great. Let me make the width of these things, the wall size, smaller. Because I don't know why it's so thick. I thought it was going to be a lot smaller. Okay, so we definitely want the bottom wall, right? I think it needs to be bigger because of the margin that this thing takes. It's a me! Al mio lamento eroico surte. That makes more sense. Hey, Geek Ledger. Look at that. Thanks for the follow. Let's see that clip by Ryan. Love it. Thank you so much. Okay. So we've done that part, right? And that's excellent. Dia tenita tradita. And now I'm realizing that the whole live component, we don't need that for this. No, because all of the rendering is front and side. Oh my god. We did all of that amazing thing and we're not going to use it. We just need a socket, right? Like just like send garbage in and out. But that's okay. But yeah, it is super useful and we can use it for other things for sure, right? But like, this is why we do vertical slices, right? To keep ourselves focused. GG Matthews, thank you so much for the follow. Feel free to drop in the chat. Hope you're having fun here. But yeah, so we'll do socket, and this will be playground, right? And we'll do module playground. We have no arguments to start with. So counter, we'll have something like that, right? Actually, nothing like it. Oh, that's so nice. So for that stuff, I definitely think, right, that the live view can be helpful. Maybe not so much for like animating things from the backend, right? But at least for saying, hey, create this thing and there will be an animation of some sort, run it, right? Channel redemption points, that's cool. So what I'm going to add now is the sync between users, right? So when I join the channel, then my face gets added, right? And then it plays there. And if you join, right, then your face will get added as well, right? And then we'll have all of the faces of all the people that are online here. And then when we raid, it's going to be just a mess, right? If somebody does raid. It might crash. Oh, it would be hilarious that the raid just crashes the browser tab because we're misusing resources or what. I mean, it's going to crash the iframe, right? Just, it's not going to crash Twitch. Anyways, so we need a couple of things here. I really forget what one of these looks like. We need a state in the playground. So I actually think that... Hey, Manax, how's it going? Hey, Geek Ledger. No worries. Happy to have you in chat. Manax, I'll get back to you in a second. Is this HTML? So right now we are writing OCaml. We can find that in ocaml.org. Right? It's an awesome language, and we literally just created in the last stream LiveView components, right? So all of this stuff is running in the back end, if that makes any sense to you. If you're brand new to programming, unless it's in G code. I don't really know what G code is, but all code is code. So I'm happy that you're programming in whatever. So that's great. Also, hi. OCaml, we just watched the lecture. Manex, dude, we got the live views running here, and this is live. You can try it on Bazaar Flight Dev, right? And we are adding to the Bazaar some little tiny thingies. For example, in Twitch right now, I built this little UI, right, where the connected user appears as a little avatar that you can just move around. And this is happening as an overlay on top of Twitch, as a Twitch extension, right? Mark. Oh, language of CNC. That sounds super cool. I don't really know how G code looks like, but if you're instructing a machine, then welcome to the club. That's literally what we do, right? Hey, Dente Vinks. Thank you so much for joining the caravan. Yeah, I ended up using my own, which is very, very dumb, but very small, but it did the trick. Classic, yeah. I did talk to the authors of the other two packages, which actually, when I made my own, was because I was talking to them. So we made 3 options at the same time. I just never continued with mine, right? Because I wasn't using it. And they continue with theirs, and they'll reach back, and we'll see if we can use one of theirs instead of building another one, right? But I do have some use cases that are not immediately supported by either of them, so we'll need to figure out that. Yeah, and right now we're building a little socket, right, into the not the endpoint, right? We're just gonna add a new endpoint here, playground, so we can connect to a socket here, and we can get information of new people joining, right? So every time somebody joins the stream, we will get their avatar, and we will broadcast their avatar to everybody else watching. So we can add a little avatar of theirs on the overlay that people can just move around like that. We might need to make the avatars a little tinier, but yeah. This is what we're doing today. Very practical, as you can tell. Super pragmatic stuff. Make it so you can only move your avatar. So I am not considering... Oh, the box is too big now. I'm not gonna sync the state of the avatar pool, right? I'm only gonna sync the... Oh, what the fuck? Is it too small now? Maybe. Because syncing the state of the world of the physics engine would be, I guess, stress testing the things a bit. And this is just like a gimmick. Right now, the thing where you get it. That's a good point. But the problem is that if I do that, right, then I need to actually compute the state in the backend. And well, I would love to build that, and I think maybe we can do bindings like box2D or whatever, right? It's just another detour So let me sync the list of people, right? And then you can move the pool around in your end however you want, right? How does that sound? You almost did. Almost, yeah. What we can do, though, what I think we can definitely do, is maybe synchronize some events, right? Like if you have a certain number of channel points, you could release something like, for example, water, right? And then that will just, we'll get the event on the back end, broadcast to all the clients, hey, there's going to be a flood or a bomb or whatever, right? And then that would happen independently. Then the simulation, the physics simulation, would happen independently on every client, but we would trigger it, right, from the backend. Like, okay, now drop water from whatever point, just like a bunch of water, so everything moves around, whatnot, right? I think we could do stuff like that. But also remember, I'm running this on like a free, tiny, shitty, itty bitty, teeny weeny server. Yeah. Teal color job. So I think a lot of the skills that you probably, I don't know, but you have to tell me, you've developed there, right? I think they will map nicely to things that the industry needs. Because there's a lot of stuff that we do in software, right? More broadly speaking, that doesn't require a lot of care, right? By default, it's like if my Twitch stream has a bug, right? Like nobody dies. And I don't know what kind of milling are you doing, but if it's like, you code, but also assisted by a human, then maybe if you code the wrong thing, I don't know if someone might lose a finger or something like that. You gotta tell me like how deep in that shit are you? Okay, so I think I'm just gonna. Okay, that was great. Ah! Just going straight through. I thought this was the bottom water. The bottom. Like, no worry, Mandex. It's a different conversation we're having with Geek Ledger. Did they fall already? Did I miss them? They fell, didn't they? Fuckers. Oh, they're there. Okay, that's nice. I just need to... Oh, look at that. I think if I do that just a little bit higher, right? I mean, it's like 30 or 40, maybe 40. I think it's like 42, but could be too much. They might just lie on the line of my terminal. No, too high. I don't know what we're listening, but I like it. Oh, Rhapsody. Okay, cool. So that's that, right? I think at this scale, maybe we can make the avatars a little bigger again. And I'm just gonna make the walls much thicker, so 50. But we're gonna have to move things around. So let's go here, it'll be a little faster. Oh, that actually doesn't look so bad. Wall size being bigger. Okay. Loading the page 1,000 times. What happened? All right, that's cool. Now I just need to make the frames just disappear because I don't want them like, you know, blocking the thingy. So fill style, where is it? Fill style. A random color, I guess it could be transparent, render. So does that work that way? Fresh. It does. Perfect. So we're gonna make a new function for a wall here. We got a shape and we say wall. Or maybe just, you know, wall opts. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have that in place. That looks okay, I think. And we see the second me because when you get authorized, right, then that brings a user into the game, which is great. And here we'll see just one, right, because there's no extra users being created here. So we want to now do the backend support for connecting things. And I'm not sure what the backend will be, but we don't want to take any arguments here, right? So we'll just maybe do okay. Rip ice. We want, so this would be the current user, right? Playground. Okay, let me start with nothing, right? we want to do a dumb thing. We want to go into the channel manager and we want to register first, right? And we'll do and the channel is going to be we just support one right now. And so we'll just go with the OK state, right? There's not much to do with the frame or the connection, really. And then in handle message, right, we'll get a message in the state, and we'll just match on the message. And in the message is, I guess, the channel manager. What does it have actually? Register channel. So we need to store, maybe we don't need to store some state right now, but at the very least, we're going to need user joined message, right? And we'll have a name, and we'll have an avatar URL. That will also be a string. So we'll do deriving deserialize, because we need to deserialize that thing. So in our file Dune, we already have the right thing in place, perfect. We just need to do OpenSerty. So when we get a frame here, we will just do match frame, right? With, and if we get a text frame, then we'll have a payload and some other crap we don't care about right now. So we'll try to literally just deserialize that, right? So serde JSON of string, right? And we'll do deserialize user joined payload. And here we will get a user joined, which means we get an OK name, right? And avatar URL. So we can put together a user, right? So channel manager. I guess we want a name and the avatar URL. I don't know. I think we just want the user here to join, right? Kind of like that, right? And then we just say, okay, state, right? We just continue like that. If we fail to deserialize, right? If we have an error, we have a reason, and then I think we can just do open Riot logger make. We can make a little logger here, right? And we'll call this bazaar playground, bazaar, and we'll be able to do error now. On FF, right? And we'll do error deserializing frame. And we can just put the error there. And that will be, I guess, I forget if we included a way of turning this into an error. Okay, I'll just go Marshall to string reason, right? And we'll do OK state. Now, for every other one of these things, right, we'll just do OK state. We'll ignore the frames. Except if we get a frame ping, in which case we'll do push frame pong. priority numero uno. It honestly is something we can handle one level above and just forget about it forever. Cool. So eventually we'll get a message from the channel manager saying user joined, right? And we'll get a user there. And this is funny. And so we'll put together the same message, right? User serialized, right? And this will be essentially name. It's gonna be user.name, right? And then avatar URL is gonna be and then we'll do JSON. That will be serde JSON to string. It doesn't have to be pretty, but that's the one we have. Serializer user joined message, right? And then we do frame, and that will be frame, right? Text, right? Fin true. So it's just that's the end of the frame, right? And then we can do push, and we can say frame, and that will be the state. Every other message, we just okay state, we ignore. So that means that every time, right, a new user joins, and we can probably even say like when state name, right, is string equal not, right? When it's a user that is not us, then we'll just send that over. So we just need a little user module, and we need to amend the channel manager to do that work, and I think that will be fine. So we'll do that. So bazaar user ML, right, type T, just gonna be the same record really, just that we don't need to type 30 at all. Cool. We don't have a broadcast either, right? But we do have user T in there. So when we do, we can get rid of that. Register, that will be user, right? And then we can go to the message and say user T. We can get rid of that. We don't have broadcasts, right? So channels here are do we need all the stuff? No, right? We just need to keep track. Like a channel will be a table from the name of the channel to, and we need it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. We need a user T there, right? Are we using the store? No, we're not using the store. That's fine. So if we don't have a channel there, right, then we'll add the client, and the users is going to be user, right? Otherwise, if we have some, then we'll do clients, client chan, user, user, and then the chan.users, right? So just append the users there. Okay, cool. Now, once we replace the channel, but we already have the channel, which is great, then we can just go over the channel clients, right? And tell all of them, hey, this happened, right? So that would essentially be this, right? So channel clients, list iter, send, and then we need to put together a message. And the message that we will send right now is essentially user joined, right? Cool. We don't need this anymore, right? Simplify the whole damn thing to the bare minimum. The bare minimum we need. Okay, so building. What's the problem? Playground, line 28. We're applying something, error to too few characters. Okay, semicolon there, perfect. And now we need to expose some of the messages that we have here. She's fine. Cool. The field name is not part of the record user join constructor. Perfect. So going back to the playground, when we get one of those, then we get a username and we also get a channel, which we're gonna forget for now. Excellent. So when we do to string, we wanna serialize, and that can fail in some cases, but maybe not here. Cool. Almost there. Init needs to have a different signature. We need a handle results. So probably it's going to be okay like that. Va. Handle message. It's not compatible with type handle result. What are you talking about? We are literally doing that. We got a frame here, right? We got a state here. Oh, right. There we go. That's the stuff. Boom, build. So we don't need a Sidewinder runtime for this. Fuck. Okay, we just need a socket here. But it would help. It would help to have an API for this, but it's okay that we don't. So we're just gonna do I think we look into the diff, right? This we need this really. This shit. We're just gonna console log, right? JSON parse event data. 192. So I am not seeing the socket here. Why isn't that connecting? Is it failing somewhere? Mixed content type, right. So that connection failed. How come? All right, I think I need to pass in the port, and the port is 8080. You sure about that? And yeah, you're not even running the thing. That makes perfect sense. Cool, connected, we get an event there, right? Cool. So the first thing we want to do once we get connected is to send a message. So message is going to be name, right? And that will be, and I'm just gonna, for the time being, I'm just gonna use this me variable, right? For the message, for the avatar, right? And we'll do socket send, right? JSON stringify message. Problems in paradise. What did I break? Or too much OCaml. We did send that, right? But my guess is that this crashed. Yeah. Why did you crash? So we're going to go into the channel manager, right? In line 54. We don't have it registered. Huh. How come? Oh, of course. In our application, we're not starting, right, the channel manager. So how do we do that? Yeah, okay, we can just do a child spec. And channel manager, and then we'll do start link, right? Like that. And now if we connect again, oh, we get back, right? Avatar and name hello, which is the thing that we sent. That's not very good, right? Because that is not what we want to get really, because that's what we just sent, right? We want to skip that because that's what we set, and I think that's just a bug in the actual playground, right? Because we should update ourselves with the latest user. Perfect. So I would expect us to see, to not see that message, right? So we will send. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. So that works. Let's do a quick deploy. Really? Cached everything? Oh no, it did compile. Okay, 2 seconds. Dope. So I think now we can change this, right? To happen inside of the inside of this callback, right? And we're gonna send the current user, or rather current user and profile image URL. That's the one. Oh, right. He will never work there because we never get to connecting with Twitch, right? But maybe it will work here. I think that worked. Probably didn't. We do have that connection. Is that ours? No. Is this ours? Yeah, that's ours. And did we send anything here? I don't think so. Oh yeah, we don't need to send that. Well, that connection was killed. Why? Failed. Oh, right. It's not WS. It's Playground. Dummy. Doink. Oopsie doodles. Sending that, right? And then we won't receive anything because that's ourselves, right? Just makes sense. But, if... fuck. I guess if I open my channel in an incognito tab, right? Then will I see something? Oh my god, I can see ads. 50-50 chances that this is like against policy or something, but... Follow myself! Alright, I think we would see someone connected. No. Makes sense, they never really authorized itself, right? And, okay, so... That didn't do the thing. So maybe, just maybe, we'll need someone from you folks to help. I don't know if Ryan, you're up. If you have access to the extension still, I can publish this overlay, right? So that it's downloadable, like automatically, right? Like I cannot see, like I see myself here, right? But that is client side, and I think that I would be seeing myself from the server if I got myself there. Actually, you know, we can do that. We can just we can remove that check, right? So whenever somebody joins, right, we just go straight into here, and we already have a set of users, so it's fine. We'll just add ourselves through this. And if it works for us, then it will work for anybody else joining, because it's the same code path. Fuck, I love OCaml. It's just so nice. Things just work like this. And I don't know if it's like, what is it, but it just works. Okay, so we try again, right? Chewy. We should be able to see a connection here, right? And then we should see a message coming back. And that's me coming back from the message, okay? Just took a couple milliseconds here. Okay, so I think we can actually try to publish this and fuck around and see if it breaks somehow or whatever. So let me see if I can do that on screen. I think I want the hosted test, right? I move to a hosted test, move. Wait, I need to update the files. So I literally need to zip this stuff, right? The static, this thing, right? Compress. I need to zip that and upload it into Twitch. To be able to get the thing working. Just insane. How the fuck, like asset hosting, just let me upload the fucking files. Come on. It doesn't let me, like it just says status, move to local test, files, choose file. Okay, so that was a problem. I need to be in local test to be able to do this. Bazaar, extension, static zip. See you, Mandex. Have a good one. So, wait, does that mean that now... Does that still work, or... Okay, so I cannot load any of the sources. So I'm going to need a bundler step, I guess. Or just to inline these files in here. Which is crazy, but alright. Why refuse to execute inline script because file is following configured for script source self. Either the unsafe line keyword or a hash. Unsafe inline. Does that mean I need to do unsafe inline here? let's see. On MDN unsafe inline. Script source. Unsafe inline. What is this? Okay, we can do that, right? We can definitely add a hash to this thing. Script source hash. So integrity. So this is inline scripts. Okay, so this is for these ones, right? Which we can probably inline into a single big one. We don't really need the import either, so that's good. Let's see that everything's still working. Seems to be working. Okay. And we will need to get like a SHA or something for this thing. And I mean, we can just grab those URLs, right? What in the fuck is this? Oh, it's a script. Okay. So we can just do matter min.js, right? And tailwind min.js. And we can put our script file somewhere else. So this is great. Wait, let's see that everything still works. Network, if I borrow that. CDN. Oh yeah, we need to remove that one. Oh no, fuck. We need the Twitch one, right? Yes. But we can get rid of that. Not that we really need that file, but whatever. So move to local testing. We can also change some names. Bizarre. Save changes. Cool. What? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god. Almost there, fam. We are just fiddling around with the files, right? And we're trying to upload now the last version, and this is like a small, tiny, a bunch of tiny little things, right? That are super annoying. So like we accidentally uploaded this instead of actual Tailwind, which is just so silly, but you know it happens. And now that we did that, it will be much easier to see what happens. So moving again to a hosted test. So they host our files, which is excellent, right? And now we come here and we'll refresh the page. Just clean everything here. Go to the network tab. So this is the subdomain they give us for our extension, right? Hey Diego, thanks for the follow. So we'll do an OK there and we'll see what happens. So things are loading fine, and you know, this is Matter, this is Tailwind, and we have our tiny little script here, which is good. So we have a little error in our extension here. Okay, so that doesn't exist. Hola Diego, ¿cómo andas? ¿Todo bien? ¿Qué haces, chango? Why? Why doesn't that work though? So everything else has actually modified the global stack just fine. Oh my god. God damn it. That is the one that I want, right? So I can put that there. Everything else, I don't care about everything else. Jesus. Open. Compress. And we'll just do the move, right? And we'll go off window, go to the local test, go to files, click on upload files, and eventually static zip will be available for us to upload. Bueno, estamos uploadeando ahora el static zip, a ver si esta verga anda, porque ahí está, anduvo. Buenísimo. Upload, está subiendo las cosas, son 136 kilobytes y se demora como 40 segundos. Una cagada de todo. Move to hosted test, ok, está. Va moviendo, viene que va, que viene. Piqui. Y yo creo que ahora, si Dios es bueno y la CDN rompió el cache rápido, capaz que anda. Oh, look at that! Woo! That's so fun. Más divertido que ping. Está. Bueno, la idea de la extensión esta que estamos haciendo, hay un montón de cosas en medio, ¿no? Pero es un pequeño layer de JavaScript que está encima de Twitch, ¿right? Y cada vez que alguien se sube al canal y está usando la extensión, se conecta y manda todo este dato a un backend. El backend está hecho en OCaml. Y está hecho no solo en OCaml, sino también en OCaml con LiveView. Y esta LiveView la hicimos nosotros acá en stream ayer. La puedes chequear acá. Ching. Estos son pequeños componentes de LiveView que se llama Sidewinder. Bueno, y En stream, para la gente nueva, hemos construido todo esto, o casi todo esto, ¿no? Hay unas cosas que no. Pero ponele, hemos arrancado con Riot, que es un scheduler para OCaml, que te ayuda a, a trabajar a través de todos los cores automáticamente, usando procesos, no procesos de sistema operativo, sino procesos tipo corrutinas o fibras que tienen una mailbox. Le pueden mandar mensajes, tienen una como ping nos dice mailbox. Bueno, usted me entiende. Y bueno, para hacer Riot hemos hecho un par de librerías como Gluon, que es un motor de IO, de, ¿cómo se dice? De input-output. ¿Cómo mierda se dice eso? Bueno, asincrónico. Hicimos Atacama, que es una socket pool, una pileta de soquetes. Oh no, ¿por qué? Why do I do this to myself? Sí. Anyways, I mean, I speak Spanish, right? But whatever. Ryan, everybody, please hold your ears and just like give me a second. Ryan. If Ryan is around, I need him to just check the stakes extension. Argentino, sí, del norte, Tucumán. Pero no sé si alguno quiere probar la extensión, también me puede hacer la gauchada. Teach, you're around. Okay, Teach, do you want to try the extension? Do you want to see if this works? I can give you access to the extension and then you can try it. All right, cool. So, access. And I'm going to do teach dv. Fuck, okay, just give me 1 second. This garbage, I cannot give you access while we're testing this in the hosted version. I need to give you access while we're doing the crappy one. Okay, so who else wants access? Nightshade Dude. Nightshade Dude is getting access. Sure. Nightshade. Shade Dude. Okay. Diego? Leave Ryan. Okay, Diego Dev2. Cool. Diego Dev2, how is it? I need to see the right username. Cool. And Diva GNC getting access as well. Okay, save changes. We're going live, move to hosted test. Cool. So you should have access now to an extension, and I'll try to find a link for you here. You need to install it and then click on the little bazaar extension icon here and then accept. And then you should see your, we'll see how that works. Bam, 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 bam. I already think there's a bug here. Like, we are not backfilling, right, the users that already are connected. If you are on stream, then if you click on the link, then you can, if you see my screen, you can come here. You click accept. And at the very least, you should see your own avatars like popping up on screen, and then you can just drag them around and stuff. Aww. It could take a second because I have to move from hosted to local test and then back, right? If you don't have an avatar, then get an avatar. Okay, I'm gonna try again because I did the redeploy there, so maybe something broken. Accept. Okay, so this is working for me, and I don't have any special case for my user or account, right? So if you installed it, you can go into my stream, and then on the right you will see a little Bazaar button here that you can click, and click accept, and that should load the thing. It's the first time we try it live, so maybe it will break in some ways, right? Okay, so if you want to help me debug, we can do a little bit. We can, if you open the DevTools, right, in the network tab, you can drop this right on the search and redo, and then we should see a couple of things here. You should see an overlay that is being loaded here, Matter, Tailwind, and a main.js. And from then on, if you see all of those and all of those are successful, then in the console there may be something broken that never mind, I think I found a bug. Refuse to connect to Bazaar Playground. Yeah, there's so many of those. Thanks for posting these, but I see all of them, and I saw them before I did all the stuff as well. I don't know what that. It looks like noise. Do you see this one though? Like, any of you refuse to connect to Bazaar Fly Dev Playground because it violates the following content security policy directive. I might need to change some settings here. Looks very sus. Yeah, that looks sus. No, it should be set to an anonymous ID that I get provided. So that looks broken in some way. Oh, sorry. Fuck. I need to add a URL. Yeah, I need to add a URL to a wide list of URLs. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this. Sorry about that, folks. I'll do a little more debugging first and then ping you again. Comma separate list of URLs that your extensions viewer page is allowed to open. Background, flight app. I think that should be that. Rage in the wind. Blog by client, yeah. Rage in the wind. I am confused though as why I got added there. Add user should only be called no, I'm an idiot. We should see two, because I am always there as a default, and then the first user gets another one. Okay, so it's a deploying, it's a deploying, it's a deploying. Accept. Refuse to connect. That could be a little bit of the CDN deploy times. No worries. We'll try again. Accept. And still refused. We don't see the URL there yet. That's okay. Again. Refuse to connect. I don't really see this, but it is added now to the list of allowed URLs. Okay, one last test. I just don't see the URL added to the settings that this builds out, but it is added and saved, right, on the capabilities. No more. Diego, it's broken. That's why it doesn't work even though you have it activated. It's un bugo. So we're trying to open that URL, but we're getting this error, right? And in the error itself, there is a list of CSP content security policy directives, right? We have the domain we're serving from, API to each, pops out to each, analytics, double click, and tag manager, right? However, in this page, right, capabilities, I've added the allow list for fetching domains, right? And we have that, Bazaar Fly Dev. So I'm just going to try here, going back to local, right, and dropping that slash, because I don't think that's the problem. But you never know these things. They're so finicky. So essentially, this here, allow list for URL fetching domains, has the same domains that we saw below, right? API to each, pops up Edge, and it has even a WebSocket one there, which is good. So we'll save the changes, save changes, right? And it actually says something. Cannot be edited after submitting your extension for review. That's fine. We already saved. Status. And I know it's saved because if I go back to capabilities, then it's updated already, right? And then I can just move to hosted. If I refresh the page, right, and I go to capabilities again, then the URL's there, which is good, right? Bazaar Fly Dev. So we just need to wait a little bit. And the config will be updated. And ideally, right, we would not see this error, or if we see the error, it would be updating the list of allowed domains, right? Because maybe we have a typo or something. I copy pasted though, so I expect not to. Just in case, I'm gonna kill the servers, the local ones I'm running. Still nothing. Village of Dwarves. Wait, it didn't break there now? No, it still says that. I wonder if this is the kind of issue that I need to like uninstall and reinstall for. That would suck, but let's see. Cool, I don't see that. So if I install, activate, set as overlay 1, done. Refresh the page, clear logs. Bizarre, accept. No, we still see the same problem. I don't get that. Maybe we are not setting up the right place. The wisdom of the kings. Come on, fucker. The wisdom of the kings. I'm confused. Capabilities clearly say commonly separate the list of base URLs from which your extension can load information via scripting interfaces. API calls, fetch, WebSockets. These values will be used by the HTTP CSP content security policy. Included by default are this much, which are the ones we see here, right? And I added one, but I don't see it there. I wonder what that is. So Twitch extension, CSP not updating. Sorry for the widescreen. I wonder if there's catches that we need to be breaking somewhere. I don't really know where that list, right, comes from. We have disabled the cache here, right? Whoa! No, Rui López. Noob Rui López. Gracias por el follow, Diego. Se agradece. Always. What the fuck? This is literally what we're uploading. Like, we're setting that. URL fetching domains. We have that. We definitely have that. We have said that to the right thing. Bazaar fly dev. Oh my god. Is it really the problem that we're trying to connect to a socket and that's going to make an HTTP request first? So we need to actually also whitelist, allow list HTTPS fly Bazaar fly dev. Would that be the problem? I don't understand. Why doesn't this work? Save changes, status, okay. Bloody Rage. Discord. Is the Titans bloody rage? I'm gonna be so mad if this is it. No, that was not it. Okay. We still don't see that updated there. It could be that it takes a while to update. I don't know where that config is coming from. We're definitely setting it in the right places, in all the places really. To defeat the evil enemies, Holy Thunder Force. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-bum, ba-na-na-nam, ta-na-na-na-nam, ta-na-nam, dun, 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 dun. Maybe your server is doing something wrong. Wait, it works? Are you sure? You can see it? And it works? How does it work? No way! In the name of Holy Thunder Force. You can see... You can move your avatar and my lane pick. Cool. That is awesome. I don't get why it doesn't work here. I don't know if it's like a config error somewhere. This is cached or whatnot. You have the ground perms. Add to my channel, build an extension. Puzzle manage access? I don't see that here. It shows up. I wonder if this is... I don't know. I am at odds here. So the thing is, like, if it's showing up for you, right? I don't know if somebody else want to try it and see if it works for them now. It could be that it eventually, like, maybe the config is replicated globally, right? So it just takes ages for it to replicate. And that's why it's just taking forever for me to get it. But yeah, so Diva, like, if anybody else joins on that, like, OpenStack extension and it works for them, then you'll be able to see their image right there as well. So in the meantime, we can maybe fix a bug here. So we want to do channel users list.map, right? And we'll get a user, and then we'll build a message, right? Like that. And then we actually want to do messages, right? List ether. Fun message, and we'll send all the messages to all the people that are in the channel. And I think that change should actually catch up, right? Like, grab the users in the channel, make a message for them. So when you join, you get a message for everybody else that's already there. Better TV? What? What is that? Enhance your live stream experience. I don't know. I'm not really using this. Yeah, that could be your Twitch chat, yeah. There's so much garbage on browsers today. Just insane. I was just trying to find the frame I'm using here, right, in the frame selector, and it's just crazy. All the extensions with their own frames, just ugh. Post message, target provider. So there's a lot of stuff happening before like our code runs, right? Setting up the frames and stuff like that. I don't really understand why, but this has been happening since like we started the extension. And it could be there's something fucked here, right? But most of this seems to be part of the Twitch code. That sounds like you haven't given the extension access, by the way. Because like in the extension code, which is pretty straightforward, right? We call Twitch extension authorized, right? And we use the current viewer ID, which gets populated after. Sorry, I guess I had to do it once at some point, but it's never popped up again for me. Yeah, so I'm always going to be there by default, right? Like whenever someone joins, I think it makes sense since, it's my channel that I'm there. So if it was your channel, it will be like you will be there. But if you see yourself, that means you have connected, gone through the server and back, right? And I could probably see the logs, right? Showing some of that activity here. Somebody's running X11 Linux, right? Oh, if you throw, yeah, we need a restart button of some sort. And then we have a Apple WebKit, KHTML, like Gecko. I don't get that much information about who joins, like here, right? But I definitely see the connections, right, coming in. So somebody just closed their connection. I guess, Diva, you refreshed the page. You refresh as well. All right. So yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see shit because on my end, this is borked. Like the content security policy directives are just not there. But if this is working for you, then I am excited. That's excellent. Yeah. So you don't see this refuse to connect error? Oh, manage. Okay, now I see the Discord message. Thank you, Drizwala. The error is there. So, but if the error is there, then you should not be connecting to the server, which means you only see yourself. What? How does that even work? Oh, that doesn't sound like the error. The error I'm talking about, it looks a little bit like this. Pasting this in chat. Looks like that. Cool. All right, so if you see that, then you should only see myself. Like my tiny avatar. I don't think so. Like, if you throw yourself, it's actually acceptable behavior in the little simulation we have. Like, it's not an error to sort of flick your character out of the screen. But if you have refused to connect as well, then I don't get that. Why are you only seeing yourself? Like, why do you see yourself? Like, you should not see yourself if you cannot connect to the server. So I'm guessing that there's a problem somewhere with the way the CSP is saved. I don't know where it's saved, right? I don't really see that. I only see a page here that says capabilities, and I have put these URLs in all of the allow lists, right? Yes, you may see that, and that is completely fine. That happens when you are successfully logged in, right? The next thing that happens is that we try to open a socket to communicate with the backend, right? And that's where you should see, like, immediately afterwards, refuse to connect. So if I try to install it again from scratch, right? And I set it as my overlay 0, I can go to manage permissions. I'm changing things for myself, not for anyone else, right? So it does sound like this sounds like a replication error, right? Like maybe they have the CSP config somewhere and it's just moving slowly. You're there with 3 TJs. Can you share a screenshot on Discord? It'd be a lot of fun to see that. Oh wait, now it worked. What in the fuck? Do you see myself now? Like you see a second me? Bam, 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 bam. This is very ominous music to be developing a silly little extension. Awesome. Yeah, I just saw it on Discord. It looks great. So I guess now I want to see if I come back here, right, to the extension and I accept it, right? Why don't I see the connection? Did we fail to open the socket now? Why are we not opening the socket? Okay, now it says again. Yeah, this smells like a replication error. Or just low replication. You can throw the issues. When you reset that does fail in my screen almost is like the I don't understand. When you reset that does fail in my screen almost as just like the WS was holding the connection. Can you like the socket was holding the connection? I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, I understand what WS. That was not the problem. When you reset that, those failed in my screen. Could be. I didn't see anything strange here, right? In the backend logs. And this looks funky, but it's completely fine. You can ignore it. It's just like good logs being raised as error so that they're easy to see. So I'm still getting some refuse to connect, which sucks because I won't be able to share in the fun. Yeah, I've done the whole thing, like going to the client, restarting it. I've reinstalled it. I've disabled the config and updated it again, right? All the things. And so far, I think there's been one instance, right, where this didn't have that error. But it, yeah. But you seem to be able to access it. Where are you located, by the way, Diva? Because I think TG is somewhere in the US, right? I'm here in Sweden. You are. Which is kind of crazy that it would take so long to replicate, to be honest. You revoke it, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So we're not currently in the back end. We're not cleaning up state when people disconnect, right? So we just keep, like, we can fix the layer. But that clearly is working for you, so that's awesome. So I don't know what the fuck's wrong here, but I can't access it, which is super disappointing. Yeah, okay, it is what it is. I'm tempted to like check on my phone and see if it breaks there or is working there. I don't know if on the Twitch app these things work as well, or if they're broken there. So we go to Twitch Switch and Creator. If I look at my screen, no, I think I won't be able to see there. But maybe if I go to Twitch, right, on the browser. Nope. You're in Mexico. Okay. So maybe you're closer to the databases. But that's, I don't know, it sounds ridiculous. It could take a long time, though. I don't get it. From the green valleys when the moon's fight. You having a little party there? Yeah, every time you connect, there's one more of you. Throw some beers. That could be a thing. Like if you use an emote, we can just like pop the emote there as well. Okay, now we have a server crash here, like something crashed. I wonder if we Now, if you're using the backend, then it makes no reason. Yeah, the backend crashed. There was a bug in the backend. So this is very disappointing. But there's absolutely nothing I can do right now. Yeah, that's good. It is really good that that's happening on your end. I'm gonna try logging with a different browser. I haven't used Safari in 1,000 years, so this might actually just break in all sorts of ways. Ooh. That definitely is not my account. I'm gonna open 1Password on the side, and we'll do Twitch here. Login. And I will get a code here. Okay, so new browser. I haven't used this before, right? For this. And I will open the extension here. That didn't work at all. I don't even see myself. Like in this here, I see myself, right? And that myself is like the default one. Let's see. We're going to the developer. The fuck is the developer tools here? Oh, how do I do that? I need to go to extensions, right? Settings, extensions, advanced. Show full website address, that's fine. Show features for web developers, perfect. And develop, I can, okay, that's good. Now I can do right click, right? Inspect element. Dope. Console, I'm gonna refresh. No, that's not the refresh here. Inspect element, console, refresh. Some stuff happens there, right? Much less errors than on Brave, but whatever. Click here, accept, unable to post message. Okay, so here I actually connect. Okay, I see the data coming in and out. That's excellent. The hell's happening? Why doesn't this work? So if I do here, I get the canvas. What's wrong with the canvas here? Why can't I see the canvas? I fell on your screen? Oh, that's so awesome. Nice. So there should be a couple of you, I guess 2 you and 2 me there, right? Or actually 1 me, 2 you. Like we're sent to. No, I don't think so. We're sending it to all the connections. So I got the messages here, and I can see received all the data there, right? Yeah, there's two me's. So there will always be one me by default. And then one me failed, right? And I guess you refresh the page now. So I'm convinced that this is just like a caching bug somewhere, right? So Brave clear CSV cache. Yeah. So don't focus right now on how many things are. The important thing is that when you connect, either by refreshing the page or enabling the extension after disabling it or whatever, if you see more than one me, then that's working. The socket is working. That's the important thing. I'm still in like debug mode. I'll get to where you are in a moment, as soon as we fix this. So how do I do this? No, I don't want to use rewards. Just go away. I am halfway sure I'm gonna regret that. Yep. Three nine two zero nine. Nope, still same problem. Thanks so much. Well, that sucks ass. We got so far, and it doesn't seem to be working over here. I'm really happy it does work for you, right? And we can definitely try to fix some bugs like that. Like, if you join, we want to send you all of the people, right? That will be a bug that we can fix here. We don't want to send all of the people to everybody. Right? We just want to send them to you, right? So send client, we literally want to do a list ether, right? Message, send client message, right? Backfill messages. But then to every other client, we want to send a message that you joined, right? Yeah, you're right. Partial success. I mean, we got a lot of things up and running. We got the socket in and out, right? We got the broadcasting. We got all of the Twitch shit figured out, more or less. We got the Matter.js, right? Framework thingy, more or less figured out, right? We got all of those things hooked up together and actually have the extension running in a hosted mode so we can give access to people, right? We did a lot of things, to be honest. Even in this stream, like not considering yesterday. So yeah, I would say it's a progress. It's been progress. Thanks, by the way, for sticking around and helping me debug. I really appreciate it. What I find really interesting is that I thought that by using a set, right, for the users, then when we called add, right, every user we get, it would deduplicate the users by default. It doesn't seem to be doing that. before the edge of infinity. So now the way this should work is that I fixed the bug we had here, right? Serial connection refused from your side. That's awesome. The way this should work now is that if there's many people connected, right, when you join or when someone new joins, right, then the new person gets the messages from everybody else, like, oh, here's all the people that already are connected, right? And then the existing people in the room, they just get one message saying this one person connected. Yeah, I still have the same problem here. By the way, do you see any of the auto errors? Like, could you do like a screenshot of the sort of terminal? Like, if you clean it and you refresh the page, right? Then you should see a bunch of stuff there, right? I guess after you let the extension run, right? I just want to see, like, are you seeing the same kind of errors that I see here? Like, failed to execute, got message from unexpected source and stuff and so on and so forth? Because maybe that's just me and maybe that's related to the problems I have. I don't know. Right, just entry errors. So I wonder what the fuck's that? This stuff. And why is it broken like that? Update fields, buffer size. I guess these are update messages that I'm getting for the playback. MetaMasking page, provider data. Don't see much here, to be honest. So I'm gonna do something just to double check, right? That this is only because of Twitch's thingy. I'm gonna open the extension here in this window, right? And let's see if I actually get anything connected, because I expected to. Console log. What's your problem? Why don't you connect? I don't get it. Why is this not connecting? This should be connecting directly. Is that code not even loaded here? Main.js. Disable cache. I'm sorry. What in the fuck is happening here? I am updating that file. I am not. Now I am. Me is not defined. That's fine. Okay, so I see people here. I don't know who they are, but I am throwing them around. Hey, Pagusar. The idea here is that if you're using the extension, then everybody that goes to is viewing the stream, right? Oh, it worked. Are you serious? Holy shit. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Woo. This is fucking working. Oh, somebody fucking clip that. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is working. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my god. So a Twitch overlay written entirely in OCaml, right? Backed by an OCaml socket server, right? That is running Sidewinder components. This is a beautiful milestone for our little Riot stack. I'm gonna try to do a clip out of that. Let's see if it worked. That. Thank you so much for that, Diva. I'm like, I coughed right into the microphone. It's like there's no other way to put it. It was like, oh yeah, I'm just. If there's any place I can cough, I'll just cough into the microphone. That sounds good. That's excellent. So I guess anybody else that joins, then they get to fuck around with these little things. Shoo. Yeah, we have a physics engine, but there's so much more, right? Like, I can give you access, Paguzar. Just give me a second. I'm gonna go search for you, Paguzar. It would be best if you have an avatar, though. But otherwise, here's a link to the extension. You can click in there. So if you get an avatar, then it should pop up here on screen any second now. Oh my god, the connection here is like crazy. Quality, just stay in source. That's good. That content is not available. What? Huh. Interesting. So I have given you access here, right? But maybe I can't give you access while we're in hosted test. That would suck tremendously. Hola, Diego. I think, Diego, you should still have access to the thing. It's a very small, tiny thing, but... Oh, amazing. Thank you so much, Diva. That's awesome. I really appreciate you. Thanks so much. Woo! Gotta fuck around with this thing like forever. Uh, pay in advance for all that I'm going to abuse, right? That's okay, man. That I really appreciate you paying forward. I think this kind of support, right, really makes me want to build more things in Riot, in the ecosystem in general. Which, by the way, if you haven't yet, like to all of you watching here, we have a repo here. Dropping a star really helps. It helps bring visibility and helps other people sort of see that this is something cool as well. So if you go do that, that'll be amazing. And of course, I would love you to try Riot if you're trying OCaml, if you're writing OCaml already, if you're considering to write OCaml. And if you find any bugs, then feel free to just go into the issues and just like press the new issue button and just like tell me what's up, what's wrong, what you expected, right? And yeah, I would really appreciate that. And if you don't feel like doing any of that, but you still feel like supporting Riot in general, you can actually sponsor me in GitHub sponsors as well. These are some of the packages that we're building, and it doesn't include all of the stuff we built this last week. And I got a couple of sponsors already, so this is moving forward in a really, really nice pace, considering we started maybe like a month ago. And our goal right now is just to get 100 monthly sponsors, right? And see how much that is. It would be pretty awesome, right? If we had enough money here to actually do a lot of work in this ecosystem consistently, right? So yeah, that's that. That is the pitch. Pew pew pew. Cool. Nice. So that was exciting, and we have a lot of cleanup to do in all of the code really. I just really like running as fast as I can to get to that finish line, right? Now that we know that it works, we can actually fix stuff and whatnot. Yeah, so this is a Twitch extension that is hosted by me. It's running on a server that it runs here, Bazaar Fly Dev, and it uses the same technology that's powering these live views, Sidewinder views, right? Each one of them is a separate backend sort of process, not an operating system process, but like a lightweight process, right? We can have like thousands of, hundreds of thousands of those, no problem. And it has its own state and stuff like that. And we have built everything. So we build the extension, right? We build that little server. We build the backend for this thing, like the live components. We build the sockets. We built, let me just show you. That is a Trail, right? We built Trail, right? Which is a middleware sort of library for specifying services. And the way that Trail works is actually kind of nice. You do an endpoint like this, and you say, well, I want to use these middlewares. I will have a router. These are the things I want to do, right? We built that. We also built Nomad, which is an HTTP framework, right? For running these servers, and it supports HTTP 1 and also WebSockets. And on top of that, we built Atacama, which is a socket pool, right? So, just it's nice for building servers. And we also built Riot, which is the actual runtime all of this executes on. And to build Riot, we built Gluon, which is an async engine that runs over different operating systems, right? So in Linux, it's using epoll for doing async. On macOS and BSDs, it's using KQ. And to build that, we built IO, which is a library for defining composable read and write streams. So yeah, we're doing all of this stuff here on the left hand side, right? Blink is like Nomad, but it's for clients instead of servers. And yeah, all of this is just we have an ecosystem that is holistically designed, right, to get shit done. So you can just jump in here and be like, okay, what do I want to do? I want a server. Boom, I got a server. Amazing. What do I need? I need a socket. Boom, I got a socket. Literally, the playground code to synchronize all of the processes, right? All of the people in that extension is one module, right? The playground is this, right? This is the thing that handles the socket. So it's like, what, 40 lines of OCaml? Maybe even less because we have some type definitions on boilerplate, right? We do have a little channel manager, this one over here, which is a little longer, maybe 62 lines of OCaml. And this acts as a little database, right? But if we had an actual database, which we don't have support for yet, right? Then we probably wouldn't need this at all, right? So I think that we're getting to the point where every one of these layers, right, is a little multiplier of productivity, right? IO made writing Gluon like 1.5 times faster. Gluon made writing Riot 2 times faster, right? And then you do like 1.1 by 2, right? And then Riot made writing at the comma like at least 10 times faster, right? And easier, right? And then Nomad makes writing servers on top of, of Atacama like crazy easy. You don't even have to think about HTTP or WebSockets or anything like that, right? So let's say 2 times easier, right? And then Trail, below that, right, makes specifying the servers like a complete breeze. Let's say 5 times easier than without it, right? And then before you know it, you have like a little stack that is like, all right, 220 times faster than if you didn't have these things in place. Obviously, these are little numbers that I'm pulling out of my ass, out of a hat, right? But it gives you an idea because I like building things that make me more productive. And if it makes me more productive, it hopefully will make you more productive too. Okay, so dumb question. What's the hype with OCaml? Is it fast? Or can it handle early, easily processes like Erlang? It's on my to-do list to check it out, but what's the thing about it? For example, Rust is fast, Golang has more lightweight Go routines. Yeah, okay. So OCaml, right, is really, really fast. As in, we say that OCaml is 50% the speed of C, right? By default, we don't have to do anything. But you can get really, really close, right, to native speeds if you understand how the garbage collector works and so on. So the language has a very high ceiling for how much you can optimize it. It's really good with that, right? It is garbage collected, so there's no borrow checker and stuff like that, right? It is functional, but it's not sort of crazy dogmatic. We do a lot of mutation, right? We prefer immutable data by default, right? But if you need to have a hash table that you sort of like mutate, you can absolutely do that, right? It's completely fine. We use recursion a lot, but we also have for loops and whiles, right? That sort of thing. We have exceptions, right? So it's a very pragmatic, functional programming language. It even has an object system, so you can create classes and stuff like that if you really need to. They have some good use cases, right? But most people don't ever need them. And with the advent of OCaml 5, we have access to multi-core programming. So we can actually do multiple threads within a single program and do shared memory parallelism, right? So when that came, we were able to build things like you would, for example, in Go or in Rust, right? Where you say, like, I have all these Go routines and I'm just going to run them and stuff like that. However, Riot says, we're not going to do that. We're going to build systems, right? Like we build them in Erlang. Riot is literally an actor model runtime. Oh yeah, as Diva says, I skipped that part, but the type system of OCaml, right? It is super small, right? You can learn it within a week. Maybe 2, right? The 80% that you will, for the most part, use. And that 80% of the type system that you can learn in a week or 2, right, will help you write software that almost never, right, breaks. It is a long, like, high bar I'm setting. Almost never breaks. There are runtime errors for sure, right? Especially when you do like nasty things in the low level side of OCaml. But as long as you're living in the higher level side of OCaml and you're using that 80% of the type system, you're gonna be completely free of any sort of type errors, right? That sort of thing. It is, however, an ecosystem that is still growing, right? And one of the reasons I'm doing this work is because it needs more growth. It needs more experience from all the languages, right? And I've been an Erlang programmer, I've been a Java programmer, I've been a Rust programmer, I've been an Elixir programmer as well, I've been a Ruby programmer, I've done a ton of Python as well for web development, right? So having had experience in many of these ecosystems, right, I can come into something like OCaml and say, okay, this is the kind of sort of libraries that I wish we had in the ecosystem to make our life more productive, right? I've also written PHP. I made a bunch of money with PHP. Not Lambo money, but paid bills. Woo! Hey, John Bagman, thank you for joining the caravan. Hope you have a good one over here. Nice. You've been trying OCaml, want to see in a while. That is super dope. I can recommend you some streamers for sure. So, for example, we're going to do some shout outs here. DM Mulroy is writing a ton of OCaml and Reason and comes from the website with a lot of TypeScript experience. We got Sabino OCaml, who's leading the OCaml org team. Okay, I cannot shout out. Okay, it might be easier to just drop the names there. We got Glitchbyte, who's writing some crazy tools in OCaml and Rust. You got Tej as well, and he's been writing Tej Debris. And he's been writing some OCaml tools as well, and he's been using the Riot stack for building some things to control like OBS from NeoVim and things like that. It's a lot of fun. And we do have a couple of Discords, right, that you can join. So if you're interested in developing Riot with me, then I suggest joining the Riot Discord, right? But otherwise, and regardless, right? Join the caravan. The caravan is where all of these streamers are hanging out, and we're trying to build a community around streaming in OCaml. So Pagus are saying, so if you compare Go and OCaml in terms of process Go routines, it's more or less the same. Riot though gives you the actor model. So the main difference is that Riot is not like the league. No, it's not. It's not. It's the name of an OCaml scheduler that I'm writing here. I think you can do Bank Riot as well. Yeah. You're right, Pagusar. That's a good way of putting it, right? So OCaml 5 introduces something like Go routines. They call it fibers, right? So it's a function that you can start and stop and resume and stuff like that, right? And then Riot puts a bunch of stuff on top of that, so you don't have to think about the threads or anything. You just say like, oh, spawn processes, right? And then the scheduler takes care of figuring out how they will work and so on. Yeah, I think so. I think it makes programming multi-core in OCaml so easy. So easy. Crazy easy. Channels for comms? No. So, OCaml actually doesn't even have that by default. Like, if you want channels, you want to like implement it yourself. In Riot, we use messages, right? So instead of having a channel that you sort of pass into two Go routines, so one of them reads and the other sends, for example, in Riot, when you spin up a process, you can send messages to that process by an ID, and that ID you have available when you spin it up. And we have other tools as well to find processes, right? And to register them by names if you have like special process somewhere. One nice thing is that the message passing in Riot is completely type safe, right? So you have to define what messages you care about, and then you can match on them whenever you receive them. So in that sense, it would be like if a Go routine by default had a channel, right? When you create it, it gives you back a channel where you can send things. It would be like that. And of course, we've implemented links and monitors so that processes can monitor each other, right? And then on top of that, we build supervisors. So, for example, one app that we're building, actually the app that we built here, this graph needs some updating, but builds a supervision tree that looks like this, right? And through restartings, this actually achieves can achieve crazy resiliency, right? We need to do some work there still. The project is pretty young. It's like 4 months or so. And yeah, the typing, as Diva say, is just absolutely fantastic. It is literally the best typing experience on the planet. And we're not talking about a type system that people build massive hierarchies with, and then you're like, fuck, I don't know how to get the thing I want from inside there, right? It is super pragmatic. It's like straight to the point, right? This is not Haskell. Functional God. Functional God. How about compilation? It's compiled, yeah. You have several compilation modes because OCaml is a very hackable compiler, right? So in fact, I'm writing Riot now because in the past I wrote Carmel, and Carmel is a backend for OCaml that spits out Erlang code. So you write OCaml and it runs on the Erlang VM. But it's hard to make that thing work well. We have a couple of compilers. We have a native compiler, right, that targets a bunch of architectures, including ARM lately, since maybe 2 years ago. You can compile natively on Windows, on Linux, on macOS, right? We have a bytecode compiler that is like an interpreter, and that is really good for debugging or like just doing quick things, right, with it. It is really, really fast. The native compiler is crazy fast as well. And we also have Melange, which is another backend for compiling JavaScript. And it is absolutely fantastic. This compiler, this backend, right, is the same backend that powers Rescript, right? And Rescript is essentially an OCaml sibling, really. it started as OCaml and then started deviating a little bit and so on. And we also have JS of OCaml, which is an alternative JavaScript compiler. JS of OCaml. Sorry, that's not what I want to search here. This is a different kind of compiler. The Melange spits out JavaScript, and it literally, if I show you the Melange playground here, right? You can try this on your own, by the way. Like, I'll drop the link here. It is super cool. Oh, you can run OCaml on the browser. It's just, for writing really large applications. In fact, Messenger.com from Facebook, right, was rewritten in Reason. I don't know if you remember. Maybe you've heard about ReasonML. I think this is the page. Yeah, Reason. So if you like braces and semicolons, then we also have an alternative syntax, right? So as you can see, like OCaml as a platform is incredibly flexible. And all of this is interoperable. So I can write some OCaml and you can write some Reason or vice versa. And we can push that code through Melange, right, to compile JavaScript, right? Or we can use the standard OCaml compiler, right, to create native executables, right? Or we can use WASM of OCaml. That's right. That is coming along very nicely. And this is a backend for the compiler, right, that emits WebAssembly. And this is still being built, but, it's coming. So we have a pretty healthy compilation story and tooling story at that level, right, at the low level. Yeah, so the main idea here is that if you think of JavaScript as a compilation target, like an assembly, right, then if your program is type safe in Reason or Rescript or OCaml and you compile with Melange, right, then it doesn't matter. Like, it will be safe when it's written in JavaScript, right? The problem with JavaScript is like when you start using other JavaScripty things, right? It's like if I write my code in Haskell, but I use some library that is actually implemented in like handwritten assembly, most likely it's gonna fuck up something, right? And then most likely my Haskell code, so beautiful, is gonna blow up at some point, right? So it's kind of the same trade-offs here. And yeah, so that's the compilation story. No good, Nick. F# is great. It has a great ecosystem. I think it has a better ecosystem than OCaml. The problem I see is that it's just, Microsoft only, right? So you're locked into the Microsoft world. Yeah, so the one thing that OCaml still doesn't have a good story for is the whole like ML and data, right? Is there no cross-platform runtime for it? I think the bytecode compiler can be made to run sort of cross-platform, right? But generally speaking, when you compile a binary, it's relatively small, right? Like the server that we're running for this stuff, right? I think it's like 18 megabytes, that server. And cross compilation is not trivial. Like, we have some tooling work to do there, but it definitely helps. You can build the binaries on, say, like GitHub Actions, right? And then you have the 3 binaries, and you just like cheap wherever you want. Which is a non-answer because like we don't have like the actual OCaml runtime is written in C, and it's embedded into the executable that we compile, right? And when I say runtime, I just mean like the garbage collector, that sort of thing. I could fuck around with this thing for hours. Woo. Spin that wheel. No, we don't have Tejas here. I will admit though that my avatar is very nice for doing these things. You know, it has the alpha channel and it looks like a little character, right? Using a like a photo, it might not feel as nice, but we'll see. I don't know. Oh, this is blowing up very nicely. Sharing with you folks. Oh, sorry, that's a playground. Wrong link, wrong link. What the fuck? My god, this browser sometimes is such a pain in the ass. This one. It's a tweet that we did yesterday, right? Yesterday we managed to, in 10 hours on OCaml, we prototyped LiveViews. And from zero, like, okay, what do we need? We already have a couple of things like web server, socket server. We're able to do a bunch of stuff, right? We just need to figure out the model for building the LiveView component in, and then we just like, boom, build it. And that's the thing that's currently running on Bazaar Fly Dev. So you can actually open that up and fuck around with it as well if you want. Yeah, so we have built the thing. What else can we build? Whew. Like, we have a physics engine, right, just sitting there. We can do all sorts of weird things. And yeah. Physics-based games. So this is game that we play a lot of on the Bad Cop stream, or whenever Bad Cop's around. And shout out Bad Cop. And that is a game where you say like fish. But I want to test it. Okay, we can do that. Just need to figure out how to add people, right? After the fact. Because right now, unfortunately, this is kind of shitty, the UI they give you, right? For adding people. Like, I can type your name and it gets added to a list, right? But it doesn't really give me the ability to search for users. Let's see if that works. Camels are the best mammals. Hey, sentient juice slave. All good? Okay, so I'm gonna move the extension back to local testing, right? And I'm gonna go to access, and I'm gonna add Paguser there. And who else? Is anybody else on chat that want to try out this extension? It will be a lot of fun if we all go in together, right? And we see all of the avatars and stuff like that. So it's like you have to talk now. Like you have to say now. So no good Nick and Alomilo, right? Oh, sorry, Alomilo. I missed a message from you. No, it's not my first functional programming language. My first one was Erlang, actually. But I had already come from doing a lot of functional programming in Ruby without realizing that I was doing that. So we got debug. Maybe John Backmath. I don't know if you're still around. Maybe you want access to the extension. I can give you access. So I'll just add a bunch of you folks there. Tuned in 404. Okay, absolutely 40 not 404 not found. You like to test and then you back up like that? Come on, man. It will just take a second. And who else? So I'm gonna add No Good Nick as well there. No Good Nick. And who else? Yeah, oh, in the phone it won't work. No worries. Have a good sleep. And I don't know who else is online. If you're in chat, if you're listening to this and you want to try the extension, you got to say your name and say, hey, I want to try the extension, right? So I can add you, because otherwise I can't do that. Sorry. It's just the way the extension works. It's kind of shit. You're getting an avatar. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Are you ChatGPT an avatar? All right, folks. Windows closed. No more access. 3, 2, 2.5. I'm about to press the move button, and then that means we cannot give any more access for a little bit. 2 3/4. 2 4/5. 2 5/6. 2 7/8. 2 8/9. Okay, moving. Cool. So I think we can just restart things. So I will restart the server. And then we'll share the link to the extension. All right, folks, I think you should be able to open this link. And be able to add the extension. I'm going to add it over here. And once you add the extension, you will have to click on Manage Access to give it access to the things it needs. Because we need to be able to get your profile, right? To get your avatar and just like put it there on screen. Woo! We got someone here. joining, we probably want to have like a name or something. I'm gonna guess this is Diva. Yes, once you've installed the extension, you can go to the channel and you'll see a little puzzle to the right. And if you click there, you will have to accept and then click on manage access and give it access. And then after that, it should just automatically be enabled when you join the channel. Oh, we got you right here, buddy. Look at that. Pagusar has joined. This is awesome. Yeah. Just a silly little thing, right? But it's fun. I'm considering adding some more things that would be fun to have, right? Like a little. There's an example here from Matter.js, right? In the demos, really. Where's the demos? See demos. Where they have a slingshot, and I think having this, right, a slingshot with the faces, or like a ball or a camel or some shit like that, it would be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. This is, by the way, the physics engine we're using. It's called Matter.js. Oh, we got someone else. That is dope. No, okay, yeah, we got someone else. That's a different person. So I would love to see screenshots of what you're seeing here, like the people that you see and so on. If you wanna share some screenshots, we have. I mean, you can just tag me on Twitter. We just posted about this, right? Here, I'll drop a link to the Twitter you can reply to. This is fully public, right? So the physics engine we're using is called Matter.js. It's a rigid body physics engine. Land of immortals, I wait for my end. Messi. It might be a good idea to include a ball or something like that here. I can't be the only one that's like doing that. Or maybe I am. But yeah, I think the most interesting thing here is that we build support, right, for running anything you want to do in JavaScript and synchronize it between clients, right? So I think that's the key takeaway of the thing we built. And that means we can we can build other things, right? That require synchronization. And that could go from a chat, right? To little games like this one, right? To entire experiences that are much, much deeply integrated with the actual stream, right? Like you can imagine I am right now just fucking around with the images that everybody has, right? But I could be including in the overlay, right? Things that you can click on. So that you could, for example, click here on Riot, right? And then that would open a little window, right? And then you'll see information about Riot. So that sort of experiences, right? I think would be interesting to play around with, right? And try to build. Boom, bam, bam, shoo. Oh, damn it. Woo. Wait, did we? I think I threw one of you out of the screen. Land of immortals, I wait for my prayer. Okay, I think that puts a great conclusion to the stream, and I will also a great song to end the stream on. Let's see who's actually streaming, so we can maybe rate them. So there's not that many people streaming this time of day. Like, oh, most people are asleep because time zones and stuff. So, oh, that is there. Exclamation marks. MMO scientists. Even MMO. Just chatting. Code Miko. Security Live. Pranay AI. Gravel Pugs. Ella Everyday. Pomodoro Study. Mercenary Mage. That sounds interesting. Okay, so what do you say, chat, if we go raid someone? Sounds fun? You have to remove the background? Yeah. It is so funny to just go ahead and do this shit, you know what I mean? It is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It is just, it's fun. It's fun to do. I get it, yeah. Yeah, I fully understand. I think it would be fun to do things like capture, for example, who you throw around the most, right? And other things. Okay, so I think I also destroyed the second one. I might need to restart and come back in. Oh yeah, look at that stack. Woo-hoo-hoo! Awesome. All right. Let's see if I can push it up all together. No. All right. One. We messed it up. That's fine. Anyways. You threw yourself out. You can always okay. Yeah, you refreshed. Now there's a lot of you here. So when you reload the page, you have to activate the extension again. And this is happening because we're still in like unreleased mode, right? When it goes to release mode, then then it will be automatic. Look at that. Woo. So we could map the coordinate system, but since we have a simulation, right, physics simulation running on every single machine, synchronizing that will be really like expensive. We could try to do it, and I think we could if we could run the simulation on the server, right? Or maybe we would maybe in the client, but have a way of diffing, I guess. I need to read more about how game engines do this, because we essentially have a game like a game problem, right? A lot of games have simulations and they run locally, but they also want to do synchronization across the network, right? So this is like a rather easy thing that we can do. Just have everybody run their own simulation, and what we synchronize is maybe events or things like that, right? I have a bunch of you here as well. We could try running some of this, like the simulation in the back end is awesome, right? Um. Oh, hi, Showbum. How's it going? A fellow OCaml, absolutely, yeah, OCaml all the way through and through and through. Yes, we are here building a bunch of funny, amazing things in OCaml as well, right? Like, for example, what you see on my screen right now, which I can probably even take full screen, right? Is all of these avatars, right? Are server side. Oh my god, this is just my. This is sorry. It's just I don't know what's happening. Uh, this is server side. This is an overlay for Twitch that we've written in OCaml, right? So parts of the front end are written in. No, okay, no, not here. Sorry. The server that for this, the WebSocket server, is written in OCaml with a framework called Trail, which we've been writing on Stream. And Trail is super nice, and it lets you do things like define an endpoint with middlewares and routers and sockets that you want to connect to and stuff like that. And yeah, it's literally from the bottom up, we've written the entire thing in OCaml here for the stream. Woo. And these are the avatars for people that are currently on the chat that are watching the stream. I know, it's a lot of fun as well, right? Yeah, we built a lot, and it's just so much fun to be able to finally see like high level things happening, right? For a lot, it was like, oh yeah, the runtime is good or not. This is running on OCaml 5, by the way, with algebraic effects. I'm sure you're familiar with EIO, like the like blessed multi-core library, right? So I tried it and I was like, the DX for this is not very nice. I think we can build something nicer for developers, right? So we started building Riot. Sorry, wrong link here. And Riot is a multi-core scheduler for OCaml 5 that is following the actor model. So it's more like Erlang or Elixir. And on top of this, we have built everything that we need to be able to have a web server, WebSocket server. Sorry, just closing some things. It is so fun, isn't it? Yeah. I love that they shrink a little bit, right, when they get pushed. Yeah, with 200. So what I'm thinking is that we're probably gonna start with avatars that are big, right? So when you join, it's your big avatar, right? Like maybe 200 pixels wide and tall, right? And then as more avatars join, they're gonna shrink. Because otherwise, at some point, it will just be impossible to see the stream or do anything, right? And we want this to be a fun little thing that we have on top, not like I don't expect people to just be in the stream to play this stuff. But I don't know, maybe this is more fun than I am. And I could see that. I could see that happening. 6, 7, 8. No, fuck. 9. Damn. Yeah, so that's what we are about here, Shubham. We do things, we learn, we have fun. And thanks for joining the chat. I hope you have a nice time around here. Oh, that's awesome! I am super excited that you're learning OCaml as well. Love it. So, what are you liking about it, and what are you, what do you want to do with OCaml? Sorry, y'all. I'm getting tired after 12 hours of streaming. Oh my god. I cannot keep this up forever. I need to do something. I need to raid. Okay, I'm thinking that Togglebit just went on. We can probably raid them early. And that's also a super fun stream with a lot of really cool stuff happening all the time, right? So I think that we're gonna go do that because I don't have anybody else that I'm currently following, right? That is online. So yeah, don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe, and all the crap, right? But also to drop a name or just a message saying that you wanna be part of the extension, so I can add you. So the next time we go live tomorrow, then you'll be there already. So with that said, we're gonna go here and go into Toggle's stream. I'm gonna pause the music. Just gonna do a very, very like close up. Hey folks, hey, listen here. Riot OCaml, okay, and have fun rating.